Hello and welcome to FMK Anime. I am your host, Meep, also known as SoulKing777. I am joined by my co-host, Gilly,
Yes, me.
and the beauty, Dalaron.
Oh, why, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Dalaron. If you guys are watching it live, you already know. You are. What? So I failed that one. You are where you already need to be. But if you
This is
guys
why
want
you're
to
the
catch us
beauty.
live, hmm,
This, oh, sorry.
no worries. But
It's
if you
okay,
guys do
sweetie. You're
want
the you're just the pretty face.
Exactly.
I went from pretty to purdy all the way to furry. Anyway, catch us live
Mm.
doing the show over at twitch.tv Dalaron Quest. Dalaron Quest. Now, enough of me failing and fumbling my introduction. Let's get to some anime.
This, this community is furry friendly, by the way. I'm just gonna say that. Instant viewers.
I mean,
uh,
we are long standing furry friendly. Y'all make some good
yeah.
fucking art.
Yes. And y'all are lawyers or some shit. Fuck, give me some of that furry money. Anyways, let's So this is Anime
I just
FMK.
want to talk about
where-
anime, man.
Yeah, this is Anime FMK, where each week we watch up to 10 shows and decide if we want to stick our nice throbbing purple eggplant in it, or if we want to stick this nice steak knife right in the back of its throat.
Technically, the throat is in the front of the face, the body.
If you stab it far enough through the back, it goes. That's how much we hate these anime that we kill. And each week we can decide if we want to fuck it or kill it, and what happens is if a show gets 2 or 3 knives, it is put on the chopping block. However, 3 knives take precedence over 2. However, if there are no 3 knives, then we take the ones that are 2. This week, since still working out the kinks with the other thing, so if there are 2 knife, the 2 knife tiebreaker will be the wheel again, because the wheel treated us so nicely last time.
Yep, watch the last episode for an explanation as to why we still have 10 shows today.
Yes. Basically a spoiler, but hey. Why are you tuning into this episode?
Exactly, there's 5 others to watch.
Yes. Yes, we watch 10 anime, and we can cut up to 2 each week if the wheel decides to be nice, but normally, in the normal case, it'll be 1. But let us start with the first show on our list, Adachi to Shimamura, episode 3. Adachi leaves Shimamura's house and doesn't go to school. Shimamura stops by her house, where she learns that Adachi wasn't replying to texts because she left her phone at her house. They end up going to hang out, but the alien is there, making Adachi jealous. The episode ends with Shimamura worn out and clearly troubled by everything. This show continues to write human beings well.
Right?
Yeah, the jealousy of Adachi and then Shimamura clearly being worn out by it. And
Okay, so it's interesting you say that she's worn out by the jealousy because that makes much more sense. Uh, guys, watch if you guys watched our earlier episodes. If not, you'll hear me talk about it in more detail. But in the beginning of the first episode, I was really apprehensive about Shimamura's strange kind of like disassociation or kind of like disconnect from intimacy. And at the end, I just thought she was tired because she had to spend so much time with not one but 2 people who are like vying for her attention and her engagement. But if she's worn out by Adachi's in like obvious, blatant jealousy and possessivism, yeah, that's gonna spell things for the relationship.
yeah, like, and Adachi clearly getting jealous when she's like, "No, I like you, Shimamura." And then just like, "Well, who do you want to win, Shimamura?" Like, it's just. Well, it was a good episode. Also, I forgive the alien for now being an adorable little cinnamon bun.
Isn't she?
Yeah, she's adorable. Gilly, what do you think?
Mm,
Dun 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 dun.
Were you at least feeling better about this episode than the previous?
nope.
Oh,
The show has continued to just not give me anything except more pain the more I watch it.
Is this why you're fucking? Is this why you insistently fuck King's Raid?
Nah. We had an agreement that we wouldn't let other feelings get in the way of, sleeping with different shows. I legitimately think Gilly just is enjoying King's Raid, which power to him.
Sure, power or corruption. Anyway, nothing. What about the alien? What about Space Cadet Gilly? Her design
It's just
her design
now
is
it's
so
just
cute.
now it's just confusing. The
The
one thing I got out of this that I didn't hate was the budding bits of a completely different relationship that's not involving any of the main people of her two friends.
Oh,
That I enjoyed.
that was cute, and I'm not entirely sure if it's romantic or not. Like, it could kind of be like in between, you know?
It doesn't have to be. I like their relationship a lot more.
Well, it's a lot more secure and long-standing, it seems. I feel bad because I can hear you struggling with the show. Like, this isn't even not your cup of tea. This is just something you don't enjoy ingesting.
I am trying to watch it, but as I watch it, it just hurts me more.
Which sucks because I love this show so much. Adachi is so fucking, like, well, let's face it, toxic. Like, super incredibly insecure and possessive, and it's awful, but it's so real and it's so accurate to fucking life.
Yeah, it's also Hino and Fujimaki. They're so cute. I kind of want them to be a couple because even if it's definitely there's friendship there, but she was being a bit blushy when she took off her glasses. She was being really sweet. It was romantic in a sense.
I mean, I also think, like, that's part of the show that everyone is super blushy in this show.
That's fair, though. It's just they're super soft together. Like, obviously there was more conflict in this episode than the previous when it comes to Adachi and Shimamura, but they're still cute together. They're still adorable. Like, Adachi is so clearly like, oh, take a bite of my food. Well, we were gonna split this anyways. Well, you get an extra bite.
Yeah, it is cute and it's it is genuinely wholesome at some points, but Gilly's also right in the sense that there are a number
Also,
there's a number of moments that are seemingly wholesome that are underlined by very unhealthy behavior. Like,
yeah, the one you literally just brought up, she only did because she remember took a bite of the little space girl's food.
yeah,
Yeah,
And
and
it's
she's
only because of
jealous
that.
of a child, which is super problematic and indicative of heavy insecurities.
yes, and that's what I love about this show. It's writing of people. She's super insecure
Yeah.
to
And
the
that's
point
why
where
can't get into it. I watch anime to escape reality, not live it again.
That's fair. No,
I'm
I get that.
I I know it's just I feel bad, but I love this show. Its writing is phenomenal for what it is. It's
It really is.
done. Yeah, it's uh I will always praise MMO Junkie for what it was, which was a very down to earth romance story. But I think this one, I might, at least I have a better first impression of it so far. Because I like the whole thing of they already had a dynamic and you're getting to see this blossom and unfold and it's just super soft, it's super cute, it's caring, and then you have this side story now of the friends, which I'm curious about. I want to see I actually kind of hope it turns into something romantic. Just
well, shipper's gonna ship, and it's not like I'm.
Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? Alright, sorry about that. My mic is no longer cutting me off, but my internet is. What the
Oof.
fuck?
One.
Maybe it's been my internet the whole time and we just thought it was
You're hot and you're cold, and yes, yeah, it's just one day, every day something else. Well, 2020 has successfully crashed the internet. Anyway, but yeah, it's just to me, it's so I think this is a damn. I think this is the difference between you and me, Gilly. When it comes to like our approach to shows, or at least shows like this, where I like to see accurate simulations and depictions and translations of life, characters, people, and how it plays out. You can see that in my D&D style, which is extremely like detail oriented and RP heavy. So when I see a show like this, where good things are happening, but they are real problems that aren't being ignored as if they don't exist, but instead are being addressed directly in a very organic and well written way, I'm all about that.
Yeah, no, I love the accurate depiction. That's kind of what I liked about MMO Junkie is she was so consumed by the mundane of daily life and work that she just quit to play video games, which very unhealthy, but it shows her getting better from that, which I like characters that have flaws that work through them, but it's not like 100% uphill. There are going to be some, barricades along the way, which you can see here. It isn't just upward motion. There's two steps forward, one step back.
I mean, we'll see. Honestly, I have no idea what's going to happen between the two of them, which makes me intrigued. I want to see how exactly this relationship will plan out because it really feels real. Like if I look back to my like teenage and like early 20 self, like I had similar problems. I've never fought over a child with a partner, but I've definitely felt like I need to maintain attention on me, otherwise, they're going to, not like they're going to lose interest, and that's just my own insecurities we're talking. So I really am hoping to get a story where these really well written characters overcome their problems, their flaws, their complexes. I want to see them succeed, but if they don't, I also understand. And I'll reiterate what I said in a previous episode. If they fail, that will be the true test of this show for me, because I really hope they handle that with as much taste and attention and understanding as they have everything we've seen in these 3 episodes.
Yeah, I will say I hope I want them to get together, obviously. Like not yet though. They need to work, obviously both need to work through their issues, but by the end of the show I want to see them get together. But if they don't, I'm curious to see how that's handled.
Exactly.
Like I don't want like one of them to break down, move away. Like obviously, one of them would probably shut in, but I'd be interested to see how they handle that. Like, see them get out more often and maybe just see them get closer as friends.
Well, if we're following Japanese romance, slice of life, especially high school tropes, you just named 2 very common ones. When a couple breaks up or things don't go well, one of them either shuts in and ignores them, and we see the breaking through the barrier, kind of arc, or we see one of them just moves away to a different town, and there's multiple directions people have taken that in the past. So But, this is just speculation at this point. We have no idea what's going to happen, and to me, that's part of the fun. And
Yeah.
it's sometimes, Gilly, yeah, I get where you're coming from, man. Like, sometimes I'm uncomfortable, but I know the show is doing it intentionally, not mean-spiritedly, and I feel like it is, how do I put this? There's an end goal to it, right? It's a means to an end, and I'm still very much curious to see where it's taking me with this. Mm-hmm. Also, the show is so goddamn pretty. Holy wow.
Yeah, it's pretty. I wouldn't say it's the prettiest show this season.
I don't know, man.
Tabitabi and Moriarty are pretty.
They're pretty. I don't disagree, but I'm not really keeping my cards close to my chest. This show is gorgeous. I realize when I go into an episode of Adachi to Shimamura, I'm excited to see what happens with the characters, how they're going to continue playing out, but I'm also really excited to just watch the show. I want my eyes on it. It's so fucking gorgeous.
I didn't take any notes for this episode. I was just glued to the screen, and after I went straight into Popo's game, gushing to Cher and everyone else in that about soft lesbians. For our viewers, those being some of our friends.
Yes. Mutual friends.
I need to get better at saying my friends and not their names.
That's fine. It's online handles. Don't worry about it.
Each morning I go into it gushing to them about soft lesbians because they're so cute and adorable, and I am adoring Hino and Fujimaki's relationship. I keep wanting to call her Fushiguro, but that's from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes, and her name is Naga Fuji.
God damn it. I don't want to call her Fujimaki. That's the mobster from Megalobox. Anyways, are we ready to hold
Megalobox, that's a good fucking show.
Yeah. Are you ready to hold up cards, you guys?
I'm ready to hold up cards. There's one more thing I want to ask you guys what you thought about, but yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and go first.
Sure. I have a large closing paragraph. Sure, I'll go. So, I'm pretty sure no one's going to be surprised by this. Huge, respectful to underage high schoolers, eggplant. No, I'm fucking this show. This show just keeps doing it for me. And I know this is the opposite of what the person who goes after me might say, but it's telling a compelling story with affable characters, despite their flaws, which are becoming more and more like obvious and just blatant, and they're starting to react to each other's flaws, and that's another thing that I'm very intrigued to see how it gets handled. But it's absolutely stunning to look at, and I am enthralled. I'm really interested to see where they take it. I mean, we have a really... I know, Meep, you said you named a couple of other shows, and we have an incredibly good-looking season, but this show is gorgeous to me. It's just... I could literally go on a whole rant about what I like about it. It's both its animation style, its backgrounds, its use of colors and lighting, and just look at the little space alien girl, little space cadet. She is Galaxy Chan.
She literally glows.
She shimmers. She fucking shimmers all the time.
Yeah, and the show can get really cute, like when Adachi is like, "I'm good," and does the flex pose.
Yeah, it was cute, which is like becoming their own little inside joke, which is cute. Like, this episode has given us plenty of cute interpersonal moments, despite Adachi's jealousy and possessive tendencies becoming more and more apparent, and either as a reaction or a precursor, I'm still not sure. Shimamura's emotional distancing and like apparent intimacy issues are also becoming more and more apparent. She's expressing them, though the difference between Adachi and Shimamura is that Shimamura seems to internalize everything while Adachi is putting everything on her.
Yes, and I I think Adachi might have parents that divorced because of the whole fighting over someone thing. That's sort of what I'm thinking right now, is because kids that get divorces will tend to be possessive of others because their parents may have been possessive over them when they got divorced.
Holy shit.
It,
As a child of a divorce, you have just left me something to think about.
yes. Still have not seen her parents. Hey, we still don't know. We just still know if Shimamura has a dad. Which, speaking of which, I am also going to fuck the show. Gonna stick my eggplant right in Shimamura's mom. Gonna have to talk to my stepdaughter about her problems.
So, Gil, you
Yeah.
want to talk about toxic?
Hey, I'm I'm gonna fuck this show. I absolutely love this show. It's an accurate depiction of it, and I like seeing that. I like seeing these characters interact. They're adorable. Hino and uh what what did you say the other one's name was, Delron?
It was Nagafuji.
Nakafuji. Yeah,
Nagafuji Taiko.
Yeah. Hino and Nakafuji. They're so adorable and soft too. Why do we have so many soft characters this season?
I mean, this whole show is soft.
Yes, it is. And I'm gonna fuck it. Gilly, what brutal way are you gonna kill this show?
Chuka.
I
Shuka.
look, I've already killed this show, buried it in a shallow grave, and I don't visit it. I just pretend it's not there anymore.
the police are knocking at your door, Gilly. The off, Sheriff Meep and Deputy Dalaron are knocking at your door. Are you going to answer?
Never heard of what you're speaking of. It is not a thing.
All right, that's 2 fucks and a kill for Adachi Toshimamura.
Yeah, and before we move on from the show, I have a question. Or at least Meep, who actually is enjoying this.
Yes.
So, in this episode, we see, like, many different kinds of intimacies explored. Familial with Shimamura and her little sister, as well as Chikama, I think is the alien's name. Chikama, yeah. And obviously romantic with Adachi and Shimamura, and friendly as well with Chikama, as well as Nagafuji and Hino. And we see lines blur here and there as it would naturally. It's not just clear cut all the time. Emotions flare and the intimacies fluctuate. But in the end, the episode ends with Shimamura being exhausted from the day she's had hanging out all day with Chikama and Adachi, and she starts going on about how she's exhausted. In moments like this, she wishes she could be alone, but she knows that she can't be, so she needs to find something that she can make with someone else. And she thinks about Adachi and ends on, if things don't work out between us, please don't hate me. And in the beginning of the episode, it really seemed like she wasn't aware of Adachi's feelings, which was only making her semi-curious herself about romantic engagements between the two of them. And in the end, it really felt to me like she was aware, like she realized what is happening. And again, you see this level of emotional detachment. And I just wanted to talk about that for at least a few minutes because it's intriguing to me. So, what do you think? Do you think she knows? Do you think she doesn't? Do you think, oh, whew, Discord? What do you? I don't think it's Discord. I think it's my push to talk.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I was just saying, I think she does know, or at least she has an inkling. Like, she might have a little bit of a knowing, because she obviously knows what she can do to get Adachi's attention there. Like, she is fully aware that Adachi was ready to run away again. That's why she grabbed her arm and said, "Nah, you're not running this time." Like she obviously has some sort of inklings towards her feelings, or at least aware of her jealousy. Whether or not she knows it's romantic, it's hard to say, but what I found interesting about that scene was the way she described everything. Like, I I won't survive if I'm alone, but when I'm with someone, I'm just slowly getting chipped away. And that shows her in ice, like,
Yeah.
doesn't show her arms or legs. It's like, so I guess I'll just continue getting chipped away.
Yeah,
This
and
is killing her. Like, this
exactly.
jealousy is killing her. It is getting to her, but she's afraid because she doesn't know what else she can go to, and that's fascinating.
It really is. This show is throwing a lot of delicate and very interpersonal situations and dynamics, and it's juggling a lot of delicate objects, but it's doing good so far. And
Yes,
you can't see me, but I'm doing the hesitant push toward my mic because let's see where it goes.
Yes. It is walking a tightrope while juggling all these delicate little formulas, but it's working. Any
Okay.
little slip up can put a bad taste in the mouth, but they haven't yet. At least not for us two.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also,
Also,
whatever the fuck Chikama
haven't
got.
been-
Look. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oops, sorry. I was just gonna say, hasn't been any boob groping in 2 episodes, so there's also
Yeah.
that.
That's good. That's good. They focus on Najafune's boobs, but they don't Nagafuji's boobs, but they don't. It's good. I'm glad. Unlike another show that we watched this week.
We'll get to that.
That being said, one last note. I already said the show looks good. The food is getting better too. I don't know what Chikama was eating, but whatever that omelet was looked really good. And those croquettes. Those croquettes in the beginning, boys.
It's because this is like the first cooked food we've seen. Earlier, they were just eating like donuts and bread.
Donatsu.
She's mad because you didn't give her a donut. Anyways, I believe.
Oh, hold on. You did mention one thing this episode. You mentioned that there's no, inappropriate groping, which, hey, good. Let's not pick up fruit off the bottom floor. A lot of sniffing. People sniff each other a lot in this show. That's a little weird. Hey, if you're into that, not shaming.
I think that might also be a sort of little Japanese thing. Like, people might just be more comfortable with that. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't. If I don't know if it's like a more comfortable form of Japanese sensory intimacy, I apologize for speaking out about it or speaking against it. But yeah, without that context, a little weird.
Yeah, when it comes to stuff like that in Japan, like including the groping stuff too. Like, okay, this is gonna be like, this is me.
Now, hold on.
Hold on. I'm not defending it. Let me just throw this out there. I am a Canadian, 19 years old. I came out of high school 2 years ago when I was 17. The actual, like, it didn't happen as outwardly, but people in high school would always talk about, like, their breasts and everything, and there would be the occasional time where you'd see two people sort of feeling each other up. And like, here it's obviously a lot more fan servicey. That's what makes it wrong, but it's that's why I can forgive it. That's sort of the stuff that I saw happening in high school. Again, not sure if that's a more like British/Canadian thing as well as Japanese thing, but it does happen in at least the high school I went to.
I assure you, Japan, as well as most other places in the world, I don't say all because there's always an exception somewhere. For the most part, women don't like being groped uninvitedly, which is the reason why the rolling joke always just strikes an uncomfortable tone with me. That being said, physical intimacy doesn't, it's fine, whether it's sexual or just playful. It's just, again, consent.
Let me rephrase.
It's a lot hotter than you might think.
Yes, let me rephrase. People do it with consent here, and when it comes to Hino and Nakafuji, they've been friends. Nakafuji. They've been friends since kindergarten, and it seems like it. I don't know. It's a bit weird there. Like the lines are blurred, so I'm not too sure how to feel about that or read into that. So I'm just gonna chalk it up to it's anime. It happens. It happens in a lot of different anime.
Yes,
Plus,
but the thing is,
Master Roshi is still a big part of Dragon Ball. So
yeah, well, I don't want to fully dive into. You know what? That's a messy topic, which I won't go into. But what I will say though is like, there's no reason why jokes and lighthearted fun should be like angry about. But that being said, nothing changes unless you have a discussion about it. Change starts with discourse. But enough about radicalizing us, each other, and our viewers. What's next on the docket?
well,
Time to start about radicalizing the poor against the rich.
well, I do.
I was
have to
waiting
go
for
pull
someone
up-
to pick up on that.
I have to go pull up some tires.
Alrighty. In that case, we will go on break. We're gonna take a
Sorry about
little
this,
short
guys.
break here, y'all, and we will catch you guys as soon as we come back with Yuukoku no Moriarty.
Exactly, and I will be. Why, hello, and welcome back to FMK Anime. We are back from our small little break that I had to take real quick. And we are here with episode 2 of Yuukoku No Moriarty. And this, our episode 3, because I fucked up when I said 2. This is episode 3. Albert convinces his father to adopt 2 of the orphans, Moriarty and Lewis. And this episode shows how they are treated by the family, horribly mistreated by the original William and the mother. Albert and them stage a plan. They kill the original William and make the police believe he was one of the orphans, and they burn down the house, making it look like it was an accident, with Moriarty taking the identity of William. This is a strong week.
Sure, yeah, I guess. This is a strong episode.
Yeah. Okay, jumping ahead a bit. Was I the only one who had chills running down his spine when Albert, did the deed?
No, I was waiting for it.
Pulled the broken broomstick on his blood brother. Yeah, I was definitely. I thought they were just gonna have him die in the fire. I really didn't think Albert was gonna go at it himself. Which is really nice, showing his conviction.
That scene, that entire sequence, is why I think this is the prettiest show this season. Its use of atmosphere, of animation, making you feel chills. Like the way they cut shots, it's perfect for what the show is. I would argue this can be a horror. This can be a horror anime if you want it to be.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
If they shot things a bit differently and made some more horrifying situations, like this studio could make a good horror anime.
Oh yes, if you're saying the show had potential to be a horror, like with its art direction, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Obviously it's not. That's not what it wants to be, but it could be.
I'll agree with that. I definitely think it could have been if it wanted to be one.
Yeah, obviously that's not what it's interested in doing, and I'm not even saying I would prefer that, but I'm just saying it could. Like, Also, fuck Simon. Fuck that butler.
Word.
No, don't fuck him. Knife him.
Exactly. Knife the butler, and everyone in the family. That's actually so. The episode picks up
The
from
butler, the dad, the mom, the
I mean,
actual William.
all the
yeah,
Moriartys except Albert.
to be fair, the father wasn't horrible to the children. Just
No,
very
but he was
indifferent.
also a
No, he was just
condescending piece of shit.
different.
Yeah.
When William is talking about, because I think the show purposely had the father not speak about his opinion on the situation much, except for the fact that he needs to do this to remain in his status and social standing. At the dinner table or lunch table when they were eating, and original William is going on about how the poor and the lower class are filthy degenerates, worse than animals, beasts, and you know, it's upset. Like the father is like, yes, they really are miserable creatures, aren't they? And I'm like, yeah. And then like Albert's like even the mother is like, you're ruining my appetite, but that's because they're making her think about the poor, as opposed to Albert, who straight up leaves.
It's not that she disagrees. It's that I don't like this at the table. I'm trying to eat. I don't want to think about them.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of like post-Victoria and like colonial period people being like, stop talking about people of color, except that's not the word they would use. Like stop talking about black people, and that's the nice word they use for people at the dinner table. It's ruining my appetite. It's that level of like classism and just prejudice.
Yeah, it's a really good scene, and I absolutely love Albert's reaction to everything, just everything getting blacked out to him as it just becomes more and more foreign. Like his descent into this twisted ideal that he wants to write. It's chilling. Like that scene where he's holding the picture and it just starts to black out, and I just started to get chills. I was waiting for the twist.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have a different reaction to all that because I was rooting for him to do that since episode 1. Oh, episode 2, part 1.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not. Listen, you can be happy that something's happening, but also still be frightened.
Fair enough.
I actually just didn't. I expected him to definitely be part of the fire. I just didn't think he'd actually be directly responsible. I didn't think he'd get that intimate with it. He seemed like the one that was more of not getting personally directly involved, but I'm glad he is. It's different than what I expected.
You in episode 1, you were saying he was innocent being Albert, and now I'm
Still
just
is.
mm.
He's not innocent being, but he's a good being.
Nobody can prove what he's done.
I mean, if Moriarty ever wants to go rogue, or Lewis.
Well, that's the thing. I don't see Lewis doing that. In the last episode, I talked about how part 1 of the beginning, it does a really good job establishing the relationships and dynamics that we were introduced in episode 1. And I think part 2 in episode 3 further carried that torch because the way Moriarty talked about Albert and the way the conversation was, so throughout the episode we're being cut back between 3 different conversations, kind of the conversation between our would-be William and his brother Lewis in their little side room, little servant's room, Albert and the would-be William and his brother in the orphanage before Albert quote-unquote adopts them, and then we're showing scenes around the Moriarty Manor and Albert's descent. But the way the would-be William talked about, I can't wait until the next episode, so I have to stop distinguishing between the two of those fucks. The way the would-be William and Lewis talked, especially the would-be William talked about Albert, made me feel like Albert is doing this because he has no choice. He's part of the group because he serves Moriarty now. He serves the would-be William, but because he was so involved, I think Gilly, because they kind of did this together, at the end they reassured me because they left as a family and they said family.
Well, part of it was as they said, it was proving his conviction.
Yeah.
and that's what he did. And he was obviously kind of nervous, but at the same time, you could see that he had no quarrel with what he was going to do. He was a little scared of the concept, but he knew what he needed to do, and he knew what he wanted to do.
Yeah, William deserved it. Like, he tried to make Moriarty stab Lewis, but Moriarty ended up stabbing himself.
Well, he invited Lewis into his room, requested him to pour him tea, and then spilled it on the floor, saying that he would never drink something touched by a commoner's hands, and then was trying to make him clean it up, in which case our would-be William came in and tried to, defend him, ultimately doing what Meep just said. And William's just an utter piece of shit, right? He's shown to be that from the very get-go, so I'm glad they showed William getting his, as they would put it, just desserts. I'm glad that they showed William suffering, but I will actually... Huh? His comeuppance. His comeuppance. But, I also wish that we got to see the butler and the father and mother realize the error of their ways in their fleeting moment before they burned. Well, I didn't want to see them burn alive. That would have been too much. But seeing a bit of suffering on the faces who have inflicted suffering on so many people, especially our trio lead, would have been cathartic for me as well, and enjoyable.
I personally have to disagree there. I think William was just enough, because he was the focus of Albert's hatred.
I disagree.
He was... Because while the other two were definitely horrible to the lower class, William was the only one shown to be physically abusive, I'll put it.
Yeah, we have a tendency in our world, in our society, to prioritize physical harm over mental and emotional harm. And I think the quote-unquote sins, as Moriarty would put it, of the whole family and every member in it is equal and relative to one another. The mother was awful. The mother and the butler were unrelentlessly disgusting and vile toward the two little brothers. William is the sadistic prick because he's young and he doesn't know how to keep his sadistic and prejudiced urges in order, unlike probably his father, because he has to have gotten it from somewhere, right? They didn't make William into the sociopath. They made him into just a piece of shit who thinks he can do anything he wants to people in lower standing than him. So yeah, I'm glad to see the dude stabbed with a broken off stool leg and left to burn, and I would have liked to see some abject horror on the faces of the father, mother, and butler as well. But I think this show will give me that in spades as we move forward.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you about the mental part. What I'm arguing is William is the center point of what drove Albert to do this, because as you said last episode, he had been showing restraint, but until he saw William stab the maid, that's where he actually looked to him with contempt and want.
I think original William was just... I would argue that the original William was the outlet of Albert's frustrations and disgust and contemption for nobility, but I'm pretty sure everything... Albert's main focus was his family and just the people that surround him.
Yeah, though in each scene, William is always the instigator of, the treatment. William or Simon, which fair, but again, they very much show and portray William as the center point of Albert's hatred. So that's why I don't think they showed the butler or the parents, burning alive. I think that would have been a bit too much for the story they're trying to tell.
It would have been indulgent, I admit. But nothing wrong with a little bit of indulgence every now and then.
The biggest thing is William aside and the Moriarty family in general, they are the epitome of what the three of those kids despise in nobility. They are what they are going against, and everything in itself is just very symbolic.
Yeah, it's a very symbolic show, and I'm frankly loving it. I didn't expect myself to love this show as much as I do.
Same. Honestly, same.
I did.
Yeah, and that's because you're normally into this sort of thing. Like, dark crime drama, I'm usually not into. Like, my favorite Sherlock property. Okay, well, I can't say that now because this is definitely climbing the ranks. But before this, my favorite Sherlock property was Kabukicho Sherlock, which was a comedy.
I like BBC's Sherlock.
I don't care for the live action stuff.
Well, you're wrong. Season 1 is great and amazing.
I never said it wasn't. I just don't care for it.
Let's see. I do enjoy the opening for Moriarty for the show.
Yeah.
It's very good, and I said it last episode, and I'll touch upon it again. It's very thematically fitting, both from the song and just the visuals are very much in line. It's very much this show. It's dark, it's gothic, it's mysterious yet actionly. It's not actiony dynamic in terms of like fighting. It is just constant dynamic movement forward and angles, and it's just it does what it needs to do. It implies drama, it implies like mystery and layers of like mental and cognitive angles, darkness, blood, everything, cabals. It's cool. And yes, now that you guys made me hyper aware of it, that is obviously Sherlock, and yes, I now, because of the bowler hat, immediately recognize that as Watson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm happy they are hot. So,
Everyone's so hot in this show.
yes. And honestly, I like Moriarty and Lewis's relationship together. Like, it's brotherly love, and I'm enjoying that.
Yeah, and
Like,
they
I know
all
we
have their own convictions.
I know we joke, haha, Sherlock Moriarty best couple, but Sherlock and Lewis might, or not Sherlock, Moriarty and Lewis, that isn't out of the picture actually.
I hope you mean it's like a dynamic duo and not a romantic couple.
Yes, couple in this case can also mean duo because, dear lord, we only have one romantic couple this season.
For now. Oh, I thought we have two.
Romantic couple, Adachi and Shimamura. That's about it.
Weren't you just prattling on about Nagafuji and Hino?
That isn't confirmed yet. I want them to be a couple though.
Anyway, those are the Moriarty boys. They're so hot right now. The show's good looking in both its animation, backgrounds, but also their character designs. I've said it before. It's very pretty boy anime. Honestly, I am surprised that there isn't more yaoi bait or yaoi fodder. But maybe
I'm glad there's not.
Me too, because I want it to be organic. Like, I'm all for fan service. I'm all for intimacy and sexuality, but natural, organic, not for the plot in heavy quotation marks.
This is a show that wants to be as pretty as free, but doesn't want to be as fan servicey.
Show is pretty as free.
The swimming anime.
I know what free is. I feel like there's a different show that I get that vibe from, but I can't recall off the top of my head.
I don't know, but then there was Lewis's Resolve, where he burned himself. That was cool stuff.
He burned himself to show that they're injured, so that the police will 100% believe it, and that was the final act. It's really cool because, sorry, Meep, to interrupt, it's really cool to have this scene at the end where everything is burning down. So, like, their old life is burning down and their new life is beginning. And in that fire, as they're escaping it, each person expresses both their resolve and what their function is. William's brains and mind, Albert's influence and power, and Lewis's willingness to just support them and do what needs to be done.
Yeah, he is the rogue of the party, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
The boy hops from roofs with knives.
Yeah, he obviously gets over his illness quite well eventually.
Oh, they gave him surgery.
Yeah, they did say they would get them surgery. Also, I have a question. Did you get the read that the father wanted to sleep with the Duchess, or did you get the read he was doing that for more standing?
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like both.
Fair enough. Fair assessment.
Because like the way that the look on his face when the other man, the other noble of whatever he was, said the whole thing about I'll adopt some children. He goes and grabs her hand. The look of just it's a combination of wow, you're upstaging me and jealousy mixed into his face.
I personally think it's shitty male ego and pride falling in, where I don't because in the first episode I agree, it really felt like he was coveting and vying for the Duchess's for the Duchess. But in this episode, like his wife is still jealous, but that's because she's a cunt. And it seemed more about like these men winning this Duchess's attention and admiration, which implies status, but also is like a middle-aged man wanting this young woman to pay attention to them. And now they say it out loud, I might be going for a bit of a reach, but still, the second in part two in this episode, it really felt more like them being more concerned about who is getting more attention from her than who actually gets her.
It's a dick measuring contest, and since they're nobles, it's not very far.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a combination of wow, you're upstaging me and jealousy.
There you go. Sometimes I wish we were doing this with a live recording in a room, so I could have my arm and hand gestures be seen.
Yeah.
Just edit them in with GIFs.
Just post GIFs on the stream.
Yep. This is what I was doing.
That's not a rabbit hole or anything. And we've talked about pretty much majority of the episode, and we've kind of talked about how part two relates to part one, and it's a nice transition. And it really does feel like a two-parter single episode, as opposed to other shows who kind of make each part feel like two different chapters. This really does flow from week to week, because we even end on the ending. We end on the train scene with Moriarty and this like common or like working class guy on the train, and they're just chatting about life, and that's how the first part opened up. That was the introductory scene. And I really appreciated it, because not only did it tie everything back into like one nice circle, like a nice bow tie and everything, it showed their conviction, because when the guy was asked, like, he's like, I'm so sorry you had to live through that misfortune, but it sounds like you had a wonderful home, a loving and a strict, like a stoic father and a loving mother, and it's a shame that you've lost all that. And he's like, yes, that is indeed the life I had. And they stuck to this lie. They went above themselves. They got over themselves. They're dead. They're gone. They can continue living their life. They don't need to smear their name. They've chosen not to be petty about it, and that is incredibly impressive and terrifying.
Yeah. I am incredibly excited for this next episode, because I'm wondering, do you guys think it's going to be a little bit episodic from here, or do you think the next case is going to get Sherlock involved? Because he's obviously in the show. He's in the opening.
Yeah.
Well, for what's supposed to be only a 12 episode show, I say either the next episode or the one after that will have him, because we're getting to a point where it kind of needs to happen, at least in a small degree.
It all depends on how what's Sherlock's role going to be, right? Is he going to be this long, like, whether he's either going to be this, like, antagonist. He's going to be this antagonist for the whole series, or they're going to bring him in the second half as this, like, really prominent foil to Sherlock. And my prediction is that we're going to get at least one more case. So we're going to get either another episode of a two-parter, or we might get 2 more episodes of just different cases, and then Sherlock will realize that there's a pattern, and then he's going to come in looking for Moriarty.
Judging by the opening, I take it he's going to be a long-stay antagonist for this series, because this is a manga that came out 2014, I think. Don't quote me, but this is an old manga. It's just getting an adaptation.
It still befuddles my brain that Sherlock manga.
Hey, Kabukicho Sherlock happened, and it was a comedy.
Yeah, but that was super Japanese.
It was super Japanese, but it was still a pretty good comedy.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be a manga. I'm just saying, my brain is like, Sherlock has been such a Western intellectual property for me, such a strongly Western European Anglo American IP that, well, British IP, that just having that strong shift when you were talking about it, like, oh yeah, this Moriarty was a manga like 14 years ago. My brain had to do that kind of like, I felt my head shift a little bit, like, oh right.
Well, not 14 years ago. 2014 was only 6 years ago.
Oh,
don't make me feel that old.
You have no right to talk, youngin, sonny boy.
I feel like we're getting to a point where we want to hold up cards. Do we want to hold up cards, ladies and gentlemen?
Sure.
Gil, you go first. This show is your baby.
It sure is. My opinion on this show will always be just the same. I am loving it. It is continuing to make me happy and follow it is following tropes, and it is following tropes I like of shows that I like. It continues to compare with my favorite shows, and it just makes me happy. And it's why it's one of the last ones I watch every week, because I know I know when I'm going to end out on something I'm going to enjoy.
This show,
I definitely have to give it a fuck. I love this show.
This show, it was the show that I saw on Tinder. I wasn't sure. I've never really, I've seen some of their family around. I've seen them. They look good. They're pretty. Yeah, I take them out on a date. It was a good first date. Take them out on a second date. It's also really good, and I'm surprised. I take them out on the third, and they bring me to their house, and they do things to me that I can only live through once, and I have to give it that big eggplant.
You know what?
This is the rare Tinder catch.
Usually when you go on a second date and someone starts opening up about their childhood, sometimes that can get messy, especially if they're doing it to kind of force a connection between me and them. But something about this time, it felt coherent. It made sense, and in fact, it was almost a good story. I'm gonna do away with the metaphor. This show's storytelling and tendency for like drama and mystery are doing it for me. I am really digging it. I'm really digging what it's putting down. It seems to be getting cleverer with every episode, and I'm really looking forward to where they're gonna take it. I myself was hesitant going into the show. I thought it was going to be an edge fest. I thought it was going to be, well, yeah, an edge fest is the best way of putting it, but I am delightfully surprised thus far, and I'm really curious to see what they're going to do with episode 4, because they've set everything up, and the next episode shows where it might be taking everything. Oh yeah, so in case that wasn't obvious, fuck!
Yeah. Oh, if it wasn't obvious, those boys, they're handsome. We have seen them as adults, but in this episode they're children. So that maid that was stabbed in the previous episode, I'm just gonna give her some comfort, and I'll be with her for a night. She's the one I'm sticking my eggplant into.
I'm willing to offer my eggplant to the Duchess, but only if she's willing. She seems nice. Can't wait for that to go wrong. But yeah, that's a second show and already a trifecta. Woohoo!
Yes. And now for Dalaron's Lock. Our episode war of Majo no with no subjects and a monster that runs rampant at night, slaughtering civilians looking for the princess. Elena meets the princess, who wants to slay the beast. However, after she does, she retains her memories and learns that she turned her father into the beast for killing her beloved. How did you two feel on this episode? You two have been the most critical of this
And
show.
forth.
Yes, back and forth. That's a better way to put it.
No, I've been critical. That's fair.
I actually enjoyed this this time. This show's been weird for me. It's like I hate it. Oh, that's fine. Oh, I hate it again. That's fine. Every other episode I am in complete disgust, and then okay, I don't know. I like this one. It was definitely interesting, and after last episode, I guess I wasn't as shocked by the whole step into getting real dark, so that didn't bother me. That didn't feel as off as it did before, because last time it just felt like it came out of nowhere. This time, at least, it kind of established it's willing to do that, so it didn't just throw me off. And overall, I just thought, I don't know, the interactions were very interesting.
Yeah,
I had a good time this time.
yeah, and I feel I have a good grasp on Elena's character now that we've had these episodes, because it seems consistent, at least, with her. So you'll help me? No. Are you sure? No. Not even a little bit? No. It's to a point where it's like, okay, I understand what you're about, Elena. I can dig with this. The story isn't about you. You're just here to push the camera along. You're fine. And each time the show just gives me enough to go, I want to see you next week through. Like it gave me enough. Like I halfway through this episode I was considering a knife, but even though I saw the twist coming, it gave me enough. Like just showing the princess almost going insane, talking to no one. And like her whole thing of, I let my father retain his consciousness. He was aware while he killed his kingdom. It was like, damn.
Well, the king fucked around with the witch and found out. He found out the hard way. Also, Meep, did you just get some Kuma bear in our Maho no Tabitabi?
He did.
Wait, what?
We'll point it out to him at when we get to the show, won't we, Gilly?
He doesn't even realize.
Doesn't even realize the Kuma,
Sad.
the Kuma inside. You
The
see
Kuma
me.
bear is affecting his mind, and he doesn't even know it.
You see me inside of you. Inside all of us is a white bear and a black bear.
Oh my god, we need to stay on this show.
What I was going to say is, you make the joke, the father fucked around and found out. I thought the same thing, because I watched this after my D&D game I do on Fridays, and our flag of the town we run is a crocodile, and this text, fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's... You have anything else you want to say about the show before I start going in?
Not really, though. I can imagine your next line. Is it something along the lines of, what does the show want to be?
Yeah, it really is. I'm listening to you guys, and you're like, oh, I got a better sense of Elena, and I get what she wants to do, and like, and there's a number of things that you've said in your parts, and I really hope my outside noise is being picked up, where I'm just sitting here, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It wants to be everything. That's the whole point of it. Like,
yeah, and while a jack of all trades but a master of none is better than a master of one, I agree with. This isn't doing anything. There's no consistency. Still, I see what you mean, but like a show shouldn't have their sirens. You go.
I was just gonna say, like, this show, Like, that's the whole point of this genre, is it wants to tell all a myriad of stories without having to stick to one consistent, like, tone. Like, Moriarty, we know it's going to be grim and dark all the way through. This show can, one episode be really light and fluffy, like the Seiya episode, then the next episode get really dark and grim. And that's kind of what I enjoy about this genre in general. Like, the way I rationalize it, it's an anime. It's a more heartfelt Family Guy anime. It's the lessons aren't important. It's the story that's told within it. Though these stories are supposed to be entertainment, while Family Guy is supposed to be comedy, it still runs off the same logic. Episode of the week, something happens this week. It's not going to really affect much overall, because Elena's going to be largely the same person. That's why these lessons don't directly affect Elena. Like, really, this episode didn't have a lesson. It was, unless the lesson was, don't turn your father into a monster, which...
No, I'm pretty sure is don't fuck around with your daughter who's a witch and find out.
But that's less of a lesson and more of a common sense.
That's the thing. The lesson wasn't super clear in this one, because on one side, the story that was being told is one of love, but it was very cynical, which I didn't appreciate, because there's enough cynicism about romance and love and relationships in this world. I don't... this is where I'm on Gilly's position toward Adachi no Shimamura. Like, I don't need to hear about how fucking love leads to nothing but, despair. Like, fuck that. And the other lesson was kind of like, the king chose to upstand class instead of preserve the happiness of his family, and his rigidness and, being kind of an asshole turned him into, him being a monster in his daughter's eyes. She turned him into a monster. You criticize the princess, and you criticize the princess for her decision of turning him into a monster, and keeping him conscious inside of his body, monstrous new body. I
did. That was not a criticism. That was me pulling it out. That was me saying, hey, it's kind of fucked up, but I know why she did it. It's not a criticism. It's just, it's kind of... It's one of those things where it's like, that's torturous, but the guy deserved it.
The one thing that I didn't like about that is that she allowed her whole kingdom to be slaughtered. And I guess it's because she's like, well, no one stood up for my husband or my lover and the father of my child, unborn child. So fuck him. But like, did she have to? How many lives were lost because of her desire to punish her father? There's no one's in the right here. We're reaching Witcher level of like nihilism and cynicism and just dark grit, which is fine if that's the tone the show's going to stick with. But again, like, is it? I really don't know.
It doesn't want to stick to a tone. It's flippant. It's whimsy. This show
it's
is
not
whimsy.
It's not whimsy. I disagree. This is not whimsy. It's flippant, but I don't think it's whimsical.
It changes tones on a whim. One episode it's grimdark. The other episode it can be light and fluffy with Seiya. It's whimsy. That's the best way I can put it. And yes, the way that my brain sort of rationalized it is she's a princess without subjects, right?
Yeah.
How do we know that she cared about the subjects before she killed the beast? She could have been just as bad as William. We don't know. She fell in love with one underclassman cook.
I personally didn't get that vibe from her, because she learned how to bake with him and how to she seemed someone with that level of like emotional empathy. Just doesn't strike me as a heartless noble, but I might be wrong. You may be right.
It sort of struck me as the cold heart has a crack. Like, he was the one crack in her cold, dark, bitter heart. Because when she regained all of her memories, I think that may have been the disposition she had before her father killed her husband and unborn child.
I'm pretty sure she was mad by then. Because
yes,
you don't watch the love of your life get burned in front of you by your own father, and then have your child born and then immediately taken from you, and not go fucking and not be upset.
Yeah, and that's why it makes sense to me. The rationality of the decision she made. She isn't a good person. She didn't do a good thing. And I don't think there's supposed to be a moral centerpiece or lesson here. I think it's just supposed to be, this is a story. Are you along for the ride? Which I am. I don't think there's supposed to be any sort of moral lesson.
Yeah. These are the kind of discussions that I enjoy from a show that's episodic like this, and I'm enjoying discussing this with you guys, but I don't know if I'm enjoying the show. Like, so there was two moments in this episode, like two formats. One was kind of like the exposition, which was done almost entirely through reading a letter in a very awkward, not even like a theatrical stiltedness, but just an awkward stiltedness that I thought was really cumbersome and just dragging out time. And then the combat, the encounter between the princess and the dragon, the demon thing.
The Tarrasque.
It is a Tarrasque, isn't it?
It's a Tarrasque with spider legs.
It's a spider-esque. To the point where it can like dig up earth and spew fire. But yeah, which the exposition I thought was awkward and weird and just contrived. It was contrived as fuck. That being said, this episode has finally given me something that I have been wanting, which is magic. Actual magic. The lens thing she does to like zoom in, she doesn't like summon a telescope or kind of like send an eye. She creates this like prismatic lens and literally zooms it like she would a touchscreen. I thought it was really cool. The animation was really fluid, and I think that's like a magical concept that I will really enjoy using in the future. And despite it being super original or not, I thought it was really pretty. And then the fight between the princess and the Tarrasque is just stunning. It was so good. Different spells, emotions, angles, Attack on Titan speeding through narrow city streets with this titanous creature chasing her. The pitfall, the relentlessness, Elena willing to help. All that was fucking awesome.
She still doesn't, but
because Elena, because you know what happened to Elena?
She was going to, and then she just looks and's like, she doesn't need my help.
Yeah, like Elena looked and she's like, I don't want to fuck around and find out.
Exactly. Elena saw what was happening and she knew what would happen. She realized what would happen if she fucked around and found out. So she decided not to.
Yeah, she like the sadism that when the witch regains her memories, like the sadism she has. I enjoyed her. I thought she was nice. Well, not nice. I thought she was good. I rather enjoyed like the way they portrayed her madness. They didn't show the delve into it. It wasn't anything phenomenal, but I quite enjoyed the way they portrayed it. The show gave me enough to give it the fuck. Like, again, halfway through this episode, I was kind of willing to give it the knife, but at the end, it gave me enough. It keeps just giving me enough to want to continue.
It sounds like you just held up a card, Meep.
Yes, I'm going to, against my better judgment, fuck that princess and get her pregnant, and then get burned at the stake.
Gilly, what card do you give?
What?
You want to join this orgy?
Yeah, I will actually give this show a fuck this week, only because unlike before, I am not so painfully borderline insulted by what happened.
This show is such a egg, but I love it. That's what I love about it. I never get the same thing from it. It's like getting a McDonald's Happy Meal. Well, wait, no. McDonald's Happy Meal, you do get the same thing.
I like consistency, and we got consistency from at least the last episode to this one. So that is enough, and it was enjoyable.
You can't see me, but I'm shaking my head.
I'm just along for the ride, man. I'm not making any like specific lessons or anything out of this. I'm just, hey, what new story, new country we seeing this week?
What country? They're just cities. And furthermore, like Meep, you said like Stockholm syndrome. I think Gilly's been Stockholm syndromed because you guys.
Because I loved it. Then I hated it. Then I was okay with it. And then I hated it again. It's really just really taking me back and forth here from week to week, which is not the best thing. But it's like it's what it's doing to me.
Yeah, but
Also,
I get that, but that's not the part I'm shaking my head at. I'm shaking my head at it's like we got consistency at least from the first episode, at least from the last episode and this one. I'm like, guys, you've lowered your standards by a lot.
what do you mean lowered my standards? I am fully ready to stay along for this ride.
Gilly, you've lowered your standards by a lot.
My standards haven't changed. If it entertains me, that's enough.
What do you mean? I've always been easy.
I'm assuming you're a kill Delra.
I want to like this show so much. Like, I really want to like this show.
Why do you keep giving your ex false hope? Just stick the knife.
Let me finish my thoughts.
I'm joking.
I know. Come on. The show's gorgeous, and I know. I almost wish we didn't have such a stunning visual season roster, because I sound a bit like a broken record. But you know, in life, you need to know how to appreciate a good thing, even when there's a lot of the good thing, and we have a lot of stunning visuals this season, especially in this roster. The show is gorgeous to look at. The cityscapes, the destruction, the way it communicates the barrenness and the death and just the ghost townness, for lack of a better term, obviously, is great. The golden hour sun beginning to set as Elena goes into the palace. The arches, the palace itself, the magical effects, incredible, and it's what I wanted from the show. But I think because we have such a good-looking season, I'm not satisfied with just stunning visuals. Elena just arriving at a destroyed town and deciding to go and check it out, okay. Her walking through blood-splattered walls and not being phased, a little weird. Her just going up to the palace because she's cold despite her having fire magic and not being phased at all by anything around her is when my immersion broke. Is when my immersion broke. I could no longer suspend disbelief, or whatever the correct terminology is.
To be fair, try creating a fire in a blizzard.
It's snow. It's just fucking snow, and most of the snow was fucking ash of humans.
Wait, I was gonna say that was supposed to be snow. I thought that was all ash.
There was ash and snow. And as someone that lives in Canada, you cannot create a fire in a snowstorm.
Create bonfire is a magical spell that creates magical fire that burns. And as we could see, Princess Witch was fine creating fire.
All I'm saying is it's not as easy. It is not as easy to 8-man start fire as you may think.
Hey man, I'm an avid hiker. I know how hard it is to start a fire. It's a tough lesson that I recommend, staring right into the camera, I recommend everyone learning. It is an important life skill. We literally evolved as a society from that skill. But yeah, I get it. She's a witch. A witch, not an apprentice.
Smokey the Bear says only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, so keep the gender reveals to a cake, maybe? To non-flammables. Anyway.
Oh no.
I loved fuck it. It's ridiculous that so much nature, human property, and life of both human and other animals and plant life was destroyed because of something so stupid. Anyway, hot takes aside.
Elena, the master of gender reveals.
Yeah, Elena just blows up a fucking city. Oh, I'm sorry, country. The fight was incredible. Join us for next
time with Elena's war crimes.
Yep. The fight was really good. Not Akudama Drive episode 2 levels of good, but really good. I got what I wanted, a lot of it. I got a lot of what I wanted from this show, but unfortunately, after 3 solid episodes of not getting what I want consistently and still having qualms with this episode, it just wasn't enough. I'm just afraid that this show has eroded my good faith towards it. This has improved it a little bit, and listening to you guys talk about the show has almost swayed me, but Meep was right. I'm still holding up a knife for this show. I enjoyed Elena being more... I enjoyed Elena not constantly talking about how great she is, and even choosing to come aid the princess because she was worried she wasn't going to survive. But she still feels detached from the setting, and I don't know if it's because of the episodic format, where they don't have enough time for Elena to, monologue about the destruction of the city, but it's really weird to see someone unfazed by that. And at the end, both of what I have to say about this episode and this episode itself, I didn't need it to go into a dark, mean-spirited finish. I didn't need the princess to fall into despair and madness and go fucking crazy and start baking bread for by the trays and talking to an empty seat, imagining her husband. I didn't need that. It wasn't fucking necessary. She could have... It didn't have to be wholesome. She had her revenge. She made her father suffer. She killed her whole entire kingdom. Why wasn't that enough? Why did we have to make it deranged and bleached eyes and narrow pupils and manic laughter? I can't. I don't like it. It made me feel bad and uncomfortable, and it stayed with me. And knife. I'm knifing the show, not you guys.
No, I don't know why it's so silent all of a sudden. But
was that too much? Damn. I'm sorry.
Nah.
Did this show fuck around and find out?
Oh yeah, Meep's just dying again. That's what it is.
Oh, his internet went down. That sucks. I heard Canada. I heard his area might have gotten some snow, so that might be fucking with his connection today.
Yeah. All I said was that I actually enjoyed the ending and just showing the difference between how she was when Elena met her as opposed to how she was when she regained her memories. She obviously had to already be pretty crazy to do what she did, so...
Yeah, but you're the one who's out for blood, but only apparently if it's female blood in Fruit Tart. You want the mean-spiritedness.
What do you mean? We will get to Jujutsu Kaisen later. There are just specific shows I want blood.
Again, for our viewers, especially for those of you who like Majo no Tabitabi, is it the anime adaptation that's coming off really pretentious and edgy and unnecessarily dark? Is this just what the show is and it's not for me? Please let me know. Let us know. Let us know what you think in general of all the shows. But this show I really want to know more about. It's just upsetting that it's come to this again.
I plan to read the manga, so...
Yeah. Well, it sounds like Is has gotten 2 eggplants and a knife from me, yeah?
Yeah.
So it looks like I'm going to have to give it another shot, I guess. Come back next week for me to decimate your favorite show once again and talk about just how not good it is.
What do you mean? You haven't shit-talked Moriarty.
Good talking Moriarty is fighting words, boy.
I also like how no one questioned how I said that's my favorite show so far. Anyways.
I'm surprised no one is further helping me drive this joke into the ground, be it under the ground, by saying, just insulting Moriarty, fuck around and find out.
Episode 2 of Magatsu.
Magatsu what?
Wahrheit, Zuerst. Episode 2 of Magatsu. Oh, I said, in this are episode 2 of Magatsu, Wahrheit.
And there he went.
Zuerst.
There it is.
Now, forgive the army. The army take the man the lieutenant wounded captive and learn of one of the smugglers' group hideouts. The smuggling group escapes through secret tunnels, but one of them has to distract them, and she gets captured. Cargo Boy and Mage Girl save them by blowing up an armory and drawing the guards away. The lieutenant learns of Cargo Boy's sister, while a white-haired woman sneaks around the Capitol building and finds a secret compartment. You two go first.
You actually skipped over something, a small environmental aspect that I thought was really cool about this episode. They entered
that was already a really lengthy synopsis.
Fair enough. They entered the guards' storehouse, weapons storehouse, not food storehouse, weaponry, armory, through underground subway tunnels, like metropolitan subway tunnels, trains, implying that this is in the future and that civilization that is ours is in the past. And you best believe, as a New Yorker, I was glued to my screen looking for any signs of that city being New York. With the New York MTA subway.
Yes.
I don't know. I know my friend Randy plays the mobile game. Maybe I'll ask him.
No spoilers.
I won't say for spoilers because I know he's keeping up with this anime.
If you could ask him, find out if this show is if the mobile game, if they're similar, like if it's keeping pace, if this is kind of like, if it's doing it justice.
Oh, people that play the mobile game are not liking this show. I've already seen a lot of people talk about how this is kind of disappointing them.
Oh.
Yeah, trust me, as someone that actually looked into the mobile game a bit, there seems to be a lot that's getting cut out here.
Fair enough. So, anyone else getting still caught off guard by the Universal intro?
Yeah, I had to skip it because it felt weird.
I jolted when it, because I'm used to like anime having like, you know, their introductory and like whatever. So I put my phone down for a few seconds to pull up my notes, or even when I'm on the computer, like it depends on what I feel like using that day. My phone to type or my keyboard to type my notes for these sessions. But I straight up jumped up because I heard da-na-na, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I'll go ahead and
He's
say
just
it.
not ready for it.
No, but yeah, me. What's up?
I'll go ahead and say it. I'll rip off the Band-Aid. I know you two were hating last episode. I enjoyed this one. It felt a lot less dry, and I actually enjoyed the escape sequence. Call me a hypocrite for hating King's Raid, but this is a lot less dry than King's Raid.
As you can see, I can enjoy things and still knife them, or have problems and still fuck them. Just really depends on the show. So I'll keep my card to myself, but this episode is an improvement. I would be remiss to say otherwise. We got the continuation of the combat that the first episode ended on, and the combat still feels super floaty and awkward, like people are jumping as if there's like half gravity.
I want more blood!
And we found one of the shows that Meep wants more blood in.
Because this show needs more blood. I said it was less dry, but it's still, the action is dry.
Did T-Boy Ben being tortured by Lieutenant Corporal Sadist not satisfy you?
No, because we didn't know anything about him. I didn't care about him.
No, we did know. He's very nice. He drives the car and he gives people tea.
And now another character serves that purpose.
But yeah, the effects, the overall like combat effects and like the explosions and the overall animation has taken an immediately noticeable improvement. Like from the start of the episode, even the characters themselves look a little bit better, with a lot more attention to their anatomy.
I'm sorry, I just looked at my notes and I remember what a nickname my friend that watched this episode gave the lieutenant.
Well, go on then.
Lieutenant Wife Beater.
Yeah, he would absolutely be the sadistic husband at home too, and not in the fun way. But I can forgive him because his voice is miraculous.
My husband beats me, but he gave me flowers last Friday, so
people.
You just said you can forgive him. You lined it up for me.
People. Just remember, if your partner is abusive, do what you can to leave. You don't need to stay. You will find others.
Yes.
But yeah, the moment I learned that his voice actor was the voice actor for Kaiba in Yu-Gi-Oh, I felt so robbed of watching the 4Kids dub, even though it's still childhood nostalgia. Like I watched a Yu-Gi-Oh movie, whatever the one with the Pharaoh and Kaiba and everything, the most newest, the most recent one, I believe, just to hear Kaiba's deliveries of like lines. It's so good. But enough of my man crush. Gilly?
I got nothing from this episode.
That's fair.
I just felt confused.
Confused or used?
Confused, just didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that.
Kind of made sense, but a lot of the time I just felt like I didn't know where I was going with anything.
Yeah.
And I'm not into that. I like to actually know where this train is going. You know, they say there's no brakes, but you know, there need to be.
Yeah, I'm intrigued with what the White Lady is doing, but it kind of felt a bit weirdly placed.
Yeah, she was
White-haired
just...
lady. I should say, white-haired lady. She's actually, she is black.
Black, or at least dark complexion. Yeah, also, her forehead is huge. Well, you guys saw that, right?
Rude, Dalaran.
What?
That's rude, Dalaran.
It's not my fault the animators can't have anyone on fucking model for more than 30% of their screen time. Seriously, the character animations in this show are bad. Like, when... I forgot his name. Itawaki? Cargo Boy. When he's carrying the gun in the sewers, there's one scene where he's, like, climbing over a wall. The gun looks like it's made out of fucking built, like blocks. Like, Minecraft blocks. It's ugly as fuck.
Was I the only one that thought he was going to kill the daughter because she was coughing?
You... Gilly? Did you? Because I didn't.
No.
Okay, so yes, Meep, you were the only one, but considering the cowardice he was showing, I see where you could have gotten that from. I don't think that's in his character because he has a little sister himself, but I could see it.
They focused on his cowardice and his fear, and then it just focused on her coughing. I'm like, oh no, the mage is about to leave him with the little girl.
Well, I also think he's too much of a little bitch to do it.
Ooh.
I didn't know you hold child murder at such high regards as a virtue, Gilly.
What you talking about?
I mean, Gilly is the one we have on record saying he appreciates games that let you push the boundaries, like killing children. We've had you on record saying this, Gilly. You must answer for your crime.
I cannot confirm or deny any of these claims.
Gilly? We are here because we all care for you, and we need to talk to you about your problem.
I don't have a problem.
The children had a problem, and now that problem is solved.
Wait, I do not have a problem. Get off my case.
Listen, they are setting that child up as a red flag because she has 6 months to live. It's the daughter of someone in that group, and it showed her coughing. The mage going, "Okay, you take her away," and then it just shows him looking back at her. I'm like, oh, it's gonna show him showing up and be like, "I lost the child." Cuts to the sewer. Just
So this episode finally gave me a better sense of where the show is going, but I still don't fully know. So I don't know what crazy bullshit this anime is gonna pull out of its ass. Maybe they'll make the little girl a suicide bomber. I don't fucking know.
I must protect my mother.
Well, mother's dead, so I must now.
No, mother didn't die.
Oh, she's in the hands of the lieutenant. She's either dead or gonna get fucked. Oh wait, no, she got rescued. Whoops.
Yeah. You just blanked that. You just blocked out the end of that episode.
No, it's just the scene between her and the lieutenant when she got caught and interrogated was really good, because I'm enjoying everyone slowly peeling the layers of the easygoing, lighthearted lieutenant, and I did enjoy that.
I just feel like this show needs to give a better sense of consequence at points.
What do you mean?
I mean, so far the biggest consequence we've had is one of the smugglers that, frankly, I don't really care. I didn't really care about him.
I liked Ben. The show purposely made me care about Ben, and it worked.
I forget who he was in episode 1, so shrug. I feel like we don't have to have tons of characters die in consequence, even though I would have liked to see more blood, but have more injuries. Oh, this character gets injured. She blew up an armory. She should come back with burns or something.
No, she escaped. She put it on a trigger.
I know, but I feel like there should be more consequence for actions in this. Obviously, Lieutenant knows about Cargo Boy's sister now, but
yeah, that's the episode ends with Lieutenant Sadist, Lieutenant Torture Boner, was found out about Cargo Boy's sister, which is kind of fucked up.
Which I guess they have. I guess it makes sense. They'd have his file because of the prison.
Yeah. It's also obviously a militant kingdom, monarchy, or imperialistic kind of government setting. So I'm pretty sure the way they talk about their citizens, they have everyone on record. You talked about a red flag, a death flag. I thought Blonde Soldier Boy was going to get fucking killed this episode, because he's walking around, he's like, I understand why people don't like the military or the Empire. I understand how these people feel. If I was in their shoes, I would probably do the same thing. I understand the pain.
Oh, sorry.
I understand the pain you're going through, protagonist Kun. But it is what it is. And I was ready for him to be gutted and throw up blood as he's bleeding out on the floor of this episode.
Would it be nice to kill the main character's somewhat friend once again 2 episodes in a row, though? Would that really be fair?
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point.
Also, I just love how, yeah, you're right. He basically just say, they are going through hard times. I'd be with them too, but I'm in a position of privilege, so it's not my problem.
I just think he's okay. I just think he's the kind of person who's I have my own problems to deal with. They have theirs. Where our cards fell on different sides of the table.
Yeah.
It's good to see more. That's the thing. So the first episode was just a fuckload of exposition, just non-fucking stop of exposition. This one, I feel like they did something with everything that they set up in the first one, and we're getting exposition, but also character expression, which is nice. That someone doesn't walk on the scene and is like, "Hello, It is the first time you are seeing me, so let me tell you who I am and what I'm like. This was a little bit better.
Yeah. It. Gentlemen, are we ready for cards?
I want to ask one question first.
Sure thing. Shoot.
So how do we feel about having our second Klaus now? Because the blonde-haired guy with like the quote-unquote kind of rebels people is also Klaus.
Klaus from Kingsraid?
Yeah.
We have two Klauses that are two mobile anime.
He means name-wise. He means name-wise.
Name, not personality. Just the fact that they have the same name, I found hilarious.
No one's name has stuck with me in this show.
I was gonna make a note of it, but I forgot.
Yeah, see if it comes back to you. Let me see my notes.
No.
Yes.
What I meant is about him having the name Klaus. That's what I meant.
Ah. Well, see if it comes back. In the meantime, animation inconsistencies that I will nitpick on. Why are some of the soldiers wearing heels and platforms while the others are not? Also, why did Blonde Soldier Boy... How did Blonde Soldier Boy feel the cup of drink is still warm through his elbow-high leather gloves?
Shit's hot, man.
Also...
Fucking tease scalding.
Also, regarding the ending scene with white-haired girl with the big forehead sneaking into a library, that is, without a doubt, one of the worst, if not the worst, hidden safes I have ever seen.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on in the safe. It just happened.
It is on the middle of a top shelf with a bright red book facing sideways in front of it. Whoever thought that was a good idea deserves everything that's coming to them.
Yes.
Fucking dumbass.
Yeah. Yes. That's all I can really say. I don't know what else. I don't know what else you're looking for me.
Alright, enough about me nitpicking and bitching. Card time?
Yes, card time.
Who wants to go first?
I will. I'm gonna give this show to fuck. I foresee myself knifing next episode, but this one gave me just like again, like with Tabitabi, it gave me just enough.
Short and sweet. Fair enough. How about you, Gilly?
This gave me nothing but more confusion. I can't, in good conscience, continue with this show. I have to give it the knife. It just pains me. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying.
That's fair.
Can't fucking keep up.
You can't see me, but I'm nodding.
Does that mean that you two are going to stab?
Actually, I get where Gilly's coming from because that's really how I felt about the first episode. But something about this episode got me back on board. The animation is still inconsistent, to put it politely. And sometimes it's just downright bad looking. I'm not gonna shit on the show more than I already have. I spoke enough on it. But maybe it was the fact that it wasn't that constant exposition and dialogue of people just saying who they are and what they're doing, and just establishment scene after establishing scene, but actually characters doing things and for reasons that are their own. I was not bored. I was nowhere near as bored this time as I was the first episode. The first episode I was just zoning out and I was trying to pay attention. Let's see what the next episode brings. It's a hesitant fuck, but it's a fuck.
Enjoy your syphilis, both of you.
Listen, I'm using protection. I'm not dumb.
Yeah,
I don't know, you're fucking the show.
I agree with you, Meep. I'm willing to see. I'm willing to give the show one more chance to show me where it's going with everything. I'm not gonna lie. Just like with King's Raid Episode 2, this has now got me interested about why their cities are built on top of our what we consider modern civilization train tracks and ruins. I kind of want to know what's going on. It could be just wank. It could be good. Let's see where it goes.
While that elf is bent over and gets her hand stuck in that safe, I'm gonna slap my hand on her hip, and she's just gonna look at me and say, "What are you doing, step bro?" And that's where that goes.
I hope you're proud of that one.
And with this, we are going to take a quick file break, everyone.
Oh, yeah, I need to go throw up after that. I'm being hyperbolic, of course. Guys, we'll see you guys in a short break.
Why, hello, and welcome back to FMK Anime. I am your host, Meep. We are back from our break, and while we are back, I would like to give a big thank you to Team 4-Star for letting us do this. If any of you are watching, thank you for taking the time to watch this, first of all, and as well, thank you for the permission to do so. But for now, we shall get back to King's Raid, Episode 4. In this, its fourth episode, that can die. Castle and friends make their way to an elf forest, where they meet an elf and a small tree ant. They encounter a demon, it kills the small tree ant, and Castle gets angry and kills the demon. I tried to make a longer synopsis, but I couldn't think of anything else to include.
You forgot to mention how the hot elf princess girl ranger archer now likes Castle because he's special and different than other humans.
I don't know, I got a very... She seems to have a thing for her mother, and I don't like that.
Honestly, I deject Freudian psychology for the most part, but Freud would have a field day with you, Meep.
Listen, she seemed to want to do more to her mother than just bring Castle there. I don't know, maybe she has some ideas in mind for both Castle and her mother, but...
Anyway, Gilly.
Yes?
What do you think of the elf girl and her mother?
No clue where Meep's coming from at all there.
There are just small little scenes where she's like, "Oh, mother," and then she just like gets this look in her eyes and it makes me uncomfortable.
I feel like you were reading into it too much.
It's fine. Meep can stay in his corner.
I'm not happy that I got that read off of it.
You sure about
I would
that?
like to roll insight.
Yes, I'm sure.
Do you believe him?
Incest isn't a kink I detest, but it's not one I'm into.
Ha. So, I guess we're starting every episode with a recap of the previous ones because runtime, question mark?
Yep. What is there to say that I haven't already said about every other episode? It's boring. It's dry.
No, I do have something to say. Fucking Necha, Chibi is fucking adorable, and I love them.
And now they're dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna give my thoughts about that later.
We're not allowed to have nice things here now, Ron.
The other comment I have is that the demon skeletons are really polite to all stand on the road instead of surrounding the party. Really, really stand up demon skeletons. Really nice of them to do that.
It's like a one of those old strategy games, like where you have like a set amount of movement and you can move in that tile set. It's like one of those.
It really is, and maybe that's what the mobile game is like. But
no, actually, it is kind of how the mobile game is like.
Oh, okay. Then that actually makes more sense. Because, I just remember when the demons jump him on the way into the forest, and they're like, sure is nice of you guys to stand in nicely organized 6x6, 6x3 squares like that.
Oh, wait. Dalron, it's a mobile game. They can only have 3 enemies on screen at a time.
It's true. Damn. Also, yeah, we finally got a name for the rogue. His name is Roy.
Even more bland. That's all I can really say about him. He's just bland. Well,
when they introduced the elf girl, I thought she was cute, and my only reason for watching the episode until, Necha Chibi came out. Then Necha Chibi became my reason to watch the show.
Because she was, I am elf, therefore I hate human. Which can be done well, except it's just humans. But mother wants this human, so I will bring them to her. No complexity needed.
Also, was she her mother? Because I'm pretty sure it was Master the whole time I was watching it. Like, she's the Grand Sage.
She is referred to as the princess, and we're supposed to be led to believe that her mother is the leader of...
Could she be half Dark Elf, half Wood Elf? That'd be cool.
Stop. Cease.
That dark wood.
Gilly, you're the one that likes this show. What do you have to say? I don't know what else I can say about the show that I haven't already said.
We went through all the exposition. We went through all the build-up. The episode started without the episode. Went into actually the group and modern and current day and moving forward. And I was so happy because we were finally moving. Because we were moving, we were done with exposition, and well, I held out my hopes, but it just disappointed me.
Oh my god.
I have such a big smile right now.
Oh my god, have we converted Gilly?
Nobody converted me one way or the other. The show had me interested with exposition, and I was excited because I had high hopes for it once it actually got into the real storytelling and the meat of it, and it just didn't.
Yeah, but why? Why did you have high hopes?
Listen, don't hope shame him. Just be happy we're getting this.
I will say this, that's not sarcastic. I do genuinely like Necha, and I'll have comments when I hold up my card. And the opening is pretty good. For those of you, for those of you guys following along, watch the first episodes, the beta episodes especially, because we talk about, King's Raid was one of the first anime, right? No, it's Jujutsu Kaisen Kuma Kuma Bear. Regardless, in the first episode we discussed, I said the opening gave me late 90s, early 2000s anime vibes. Early to mid 2000s anime vibes. And I still kind of get that. The song is catchy and, has a more unique beat to it than the usual J-pop or J-rock. And the visuals are decently entertaining. Which I forgot to mention last time. In Zuerst, same opening. So fucking bland and boring. I'm so sorry, people who worked on that opening, but like I can't commend you. It's bad. But this show sucks. King's
Yeah.
Raid fucking sucks. Like God, even their walking animation / cycle was choppy. Like when they were walking down the road, they were like "Buka, buka, buka." It was ugh. And like I gave a lot of shit to Zuerst's animation. At least it had some really pretty like sceneries, like the cities and the explosions were like well animated and full of light and life and action and energy. This doesn't really have anything good looking. Chibi is cute, and then we can talk about the demon for a second, but
Demon is not really thing. I bet they're a common enemy in the mobile game. Also, why does the plant have tits?
because it wants you to fuck the plant, I guess, Meep, the way you want the elf girl to fuck her mother, apparently.
I don't want that. I specifically said it made me
Look,
uncomfortable.
it's kind of like a Venus flytrap. It allures you in, and then it eats you.
And then just
And they
destroys you with thorny tentacles. Which, by the way, the thorns never hurt anyone.
And they
Also-
just sort of slap people around.
Yeah. Also, it's supposed to be a forest of elves.
Also, I am
Two-
so sick. Sorry, go on, Gilly.
That was me.
He was gonna respond to you.
Sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, well then, my bad. I am so sick of castle whining.
Saying.
Huh?
Meep was saying something, not me.
I was saying.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm so sick.
I was saying. This is a forest of elves. We see a bunch of tree ants. No other elves. Like, we hear the forest talking to them. Why can't you just... Are you just saving your money on designs? Why can't you just have a couple of people seen in the trees? This mysticism thing isn't working for you.
Just like the city of Olivia, or wherever the fuck they are, Olivier. Baron. Fucking Baron.
Yeah. Oh. And go on with what you're saying about castle whining.
I'm fucking... He's like, I have no power, I can't do... You're a fucking knight! There are people who spend their lives to get the position that you're in. Why the fuck are you constantly complaining about being powerless? Do something.
Technically, he was a knight in training down
Actually, he could beat any other knight except Castle. He's fine, but fine. I guess. Meme. Image. Reference image. My hands are crossed right now. I will say one thing, though. There is one more good thing I could say, except for Nietzsche. This show got, like... The show actually got a laugh out of me. I think for the first time ever, in its all 4 episodes, it got an actual, genuine laugh out of me. When they're running towards the danger before the combat ensues, which I guess we should talk about before we hold up our pretty evident cards. And everyone's like running toward the danger and the explosion, and Cleo, being like a witch sorceress, is like riding her staff, and Necha is with her, and Necha's just sitting behind her holding a knife. Just holding a little fucking stick knife, and I found that hilarious.
You mean Elena running? You mean Elena running, not Cleo?
No, Cleo's the sorceress. She was flying on the broom, on her staff.
I'm making a joke, Dalaran.
No, I'm not letting you... I've already not have been happy that I have to decide between King's Raid and Majo no Tabitabi. Don't make me keep doing that.
But yes, no, Nichan does hold a knife. And
it's fucking funny! They're all going... Klaus has his giant fucking sword. Freya has her staff. Cleo has her rod. Elf has her arrows. Roy has his daggers. And fucking Nature just there for the ride with a little knife. Just fucking ready. He does not...
Sorry.
Nature came fucking ready. He does not fuck around.
Yeah. By the way, are those knives made, or not knives, are those vines made out of steel or something? Like, what the fuck?
Right? Well, It's anime.
In fact, like it clanged, didn't it?
Yes, it did clang.
Do we really want to talk about the sound design of this anime? Because it's not very good.
No. I'm surprised they didn't make sounds for when Freya sits down.
I don't like that. I don't like that you put that in my mind.
What does Freya do in this show? Okay, I need to be quiet. What does Freya do in this show?
What do you mean? What do you mean? She does the most important thing, Meep, and that's yell castle.
She's the designated healer, but she doesn't really do much of it.
She could have fucking healed Nietzsche.
Because no one gets injured. No one gets injured.
But as Dara just said, what about baby Treant?
I did. The combat was fine.
Count.
Like I said just before when I was talking about the fucking funny scene, like the combat was fine. It was super contrived and linear and obviously forced in D&D terms, super fucking railroaded. But like the moment Nietzsche's the best character of the show. The moment Nietzsche Chibi got its fucking hand out, it just threw its stick knife into the back of the neck of the monster, which made it like erupt blood. And like Nietzsche does not fuck around.
Yeah.
And then they kill it. They killed the one thing I liked about the show.
I don't know what else there is to say. Combat,
To be fair, the monster design is pretty cool, though I'm pretty sure that's more credit to the actual Kingsraid game developer and, artists team. I don't know why we got plant titties, but we do. It was slightly cathartic to see it get fucked up after the last week's Majo no Tabitabi episode. I don't like how often I'm drawing parallels between Majo no Tabitabi and fucking Kingsraid.
They're in the same universe now.
Oh no.
Castle gets mad for Nichan. I mean, not Nichan. Kingsraid. No, Nichan is right.
Nietzsche.
Castle gets mad for Nichan's death.
Not Nietzsche. 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 Or Chibi. Because why would we expect a show to create their cute little mini mascot anything but little cute thing? Chibi.
Yes, the show actively promotes you not wanting to respect the identity of Nichan.
Nietzsche was the best character and had the best scenes out of all 4 episodes. Fight me.
I hated it all. I wanted it all to burn.
Hold up your card, Meep.
I've been forced to interact with this show for 4 weeks now. I go to its house. I'm finally ready to. I tell them I'm finally ready to take it to the next level. I pull down their pants and their throbbing eggplant looking me in the face. I then proceed to take my knife, castrate the show, gag it.
We have underage viewers, my dude.
What?
We might have underage viewers, my dude. Do not forget.
This is a show about having sex with different shows. What do you want from me? I'm castrating Kingsraid in front of their children that they have from their divorce, gagging him, throwing him on the bed, burning down the house with him and his children in it, like Moriarty.
I like how you added the like Moriarty just so that I don't get put on a list. Gilly?
No,
Oh, sorry, Meep. You had more?
Yes.
I was just going to say, I'm beyond done with this show. I've been done with it since episode 1, and you two decided to keep fucking it.
You are never going to let that go.
No, I'm not. Anyways, Gilly, you go.
I can't in good conscience continue to desecrate this corpse that I dragged back to my apartment. I'm gonna return. Well, I can't really return it. I might get found, but find a new place for it. Go and visit it every once in a while. Remember it fondly. Remember the good times we had after it died. Uh,
And once it stopped talking to you, you found it a lot more enjoyable.
Oof.
I'll have to rebury it, and I'll remember it fondly. But yes, I'm going to kill it. Though I will say, I'm gonna keep watching it, even if it ends up dying this week, because I there's still that spark of hope in my heart.
Man,
I'm happy you voted with your heart all this time, but I'm also happy it's dying.
Man, I was ready for Gilly to just fucking pull a fast one on us and just at the very end, and I'm gonna keep fucking it. Yep, I just really want to see where this show goes, and I like where it's taking me.
Well, here's the thing. After this, there's still a lot more things on this list that can get 3 knives. It's just...
Here's the thing, even if I probably wouldn't have knifed it if they didn't kill Chibi.
Yep, and I think I'll take this moment to enter to hold up my card. Fuck this show. Fuck this show. They finally gave me something to enjoy, and they fucking killed it. I am sorry if my fucks peak on the audio. It's just... Chibi Necha is precious and adorable, and it breaks my heart. Compliments to whoever voiced them and created their concept and casted it and did the voice direction. You guys, whoever voiced Necha, huge props. You did a great job. Adorable character, just so fucking cute. The animators, the storyboarders, the vocal and animation directors for those scenes, you guys did a great job. Seriously, not sarcastic. I know we've pretty much have done nothing but shit on this show, but please, you are acknowledged, and you did a good job. You are appreciated as well. But fuck this show for killing them as a cheap ploy to get an emotional reaction and make a dramatic scene. I'm sure they're gonna revive Chibi or reveal another way to kind of grow them back. Maybe even the next episode, the Master Elf is just waves her wand and they come back. I'm not here for this anymore. I've been done. I made the mistake. I gave it an inch on episode 2 and it took a mile. Not this, nor the forced storytelling, the constant exposition. I also watched the preview and I just don't care. Knife. Knife, 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 knife. I can't even be bothered to be upset about it. I'm just done.
Oh, I could be bothered to be very upset by it. I can just move on while I'm upset. Speaking of moving on...
I want a Necha plush. That says Chibi when I squeeze it.
Ochikobore. Fruit Tart.
What happened, man?
It has gotten so quiet.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, get a little closer to your mic, and also you what happened there? I felt like you had an existential moment where you're Ochikobore. Fruit Tart.
His life.
Okay. Ochikobore Fruit Tart, episode 2. The girls start their first days of high school together, where they learn after they will be recording and releasing a CD. They struggle to write a song and need to go grocery shopping. At the end of the episode, they learn they will be opening an act in a concert for another idol group.
Sure was an episode.
A lot of groping underage women, a lot of perversion of a lolly, a lot of sexualizing these characters.
And that's Meep saying it. That's not me saying it, that's Meep saying it.
Beyond just being boring.
I will say this though, Meep.
Actually made me feel gross watching it.
I will say this, Meep. You were right about one thing. Sakura Ino is absolutely gay for Roko.
Yes. And then Roko and the model are gay for each other. I don't. And now Canadian girl is gay for Sakura.
I don't think.
Don't get me wrong. I am okay with lesbians, but this is so forced and just bringing groping into it, and it just feels gross. The ending grossed me out.
So remember how we talked about at the end of, in the end of the last episode, we talked about the ending and how blatantly fan servicey it is, and these girls are young. They're like first years, second years high schools. This whole episode was kind of like that. Not as vulgar or like blatant. No, pretty blatantly in your face, but just a lot of cleavage, a lot of boobs. Nina's boobs. Nina has big boobs. Let's keep talking about the boobs and just. There's a moment when you realize a show is fetishizing its characters, and it's obvious. Like, there's a moment where you're like, this keeps happening, and it's and it's in front, face, and center.
I want your cuteness to flow through me, so everyone shove their tits in my face.
Yeah.
How about you, Gilly?
Yeah, that definitely was an issue for me. The fact that it just decided to do a lot of that this episode. There was some of it that I felt like was sweeter than it was actually awful, but there was a lot of awful. With that said, I honestly still had a good time with literally everything else. So I still enjoyed what I watched.
The whole 7 minutes of actual plot?
It was more than that, you know it.
It doesn't feel like it.
I will say this, like, I kind of rode the criticism wave with Meep. There were things I enjoyed about the show. It still uses its animation to be funny and cute, and sometimes it's moe, sometimes it's really minimalist, and I appreciate that. Some of the jokes landed with me still. The opening is very cute. I really enjoy the anime's opening. It's really good. I have nothing there to say. I have nothing bad to say about it. It's just really enjoyable. But, there was a ridiculous amount of sexualization in this episode, and it was like it came from fucking nowhere. Like the first episode was not that bad. It was weird, and we like. Well, I'm struggling to find words because there really isn't much to talk about. Because like, they did things, but they didn't really fucking do anything. They showed Sakura and Haya, right? Hayu, in school together, and they're both awkward dumbasses. And they showed Roko and Nina and their old-time friends, so they're just hanging out, and Nina still doesn't, like, overcompensates because Roko's a tsundere. And that was funny. Nina goes into this whole thing where she thinks she made Roko upset. And then in the same episode, Roko goes into like this spiral where like, oh my god, what if I upset her? Like projecting her insecurities on Nina, and kind of like starts like trying to apologize to Nina, but then just starts being angry about how people treat her again, making Nina apologize to her. That was funny. That was cute. The whole grocery store shopping thing was adorable. Sakura's like a real, genuine idol where people really like her and she connects with people, and like they're going shopping together and they're like really broke, so like they're trying to figure out what food they can get, and some of the neighbors help, and they talk about how they want to represent their lives at Mouse House. All of that was good. All of that was like 5-10 minutes of the whole show. Like it was like 5-6 minutes of the show.
Probably not even that.
Yeah, the school stuff didn't feel like it mattered. It was there. I didn't understand or really get anything from it except gags and Sakura's gay.
Yeah, there was one joke. oh, maybe there's other people that like girls here, like you, Sakura. What? No, I'm not like that. Okay, but the show isn't going to do anything with this because it's not this kind of show. Don't get me wrong, I want my gay representation in media, but not like this. Not in a gross fetishization way. When I want representation in something, I don't need representation in something. But when I want it to be smartly written and delicately handled. I don't want it to be this blatant, I like boobs, let me touch all the boobs, I like lolly character, I want to sleep with her, oh, you're sleeping with her, how dare you? And the way the manager talks about all of them, you all three look delicious. Lady, you're how old? The way the manager talks to them is disgusting. It made me feel gross.
I know part of it is part of the humor. I get it. It's part of the humor. Doesn't mean I like it. I'm less offended by it than you are this time around in this show, which is weird because normally I'm the one who's just like, yeah, guys, this just isn't funny and this isn't right. So it's cool to see you. I was going to say it's cool to see you this upset, but more in reality, it's just like, yeah, I mean, cool, right on. Like, I totally hear what you're saying about it. Gilly, you've been quiet for a bit. Ochikobore Fruit Tart. Overall, what are your thoughts?
I already kind of gave my thoughts on it. I enjoyed the episode.
And I don't mean, like, if anyone's enjoying this episode, that's fine. It just made me feel really gross to watch, just like how some people would feel really gross watching an episode of Killing Bites, because Killing Bites does have the infamous Cobra Cannon scene, but that's a part of the comedy to me.
I mean, Killing Bites is a whole nother beast, pun intended. Yeah.
Like, all I'm saying is if you enjoyed this episode, that's fine, but it was really gross to watch, and I actively got upset that I said I would give this 2 more episodes, because I have to break that promise now. I am killing this show.
Well, way to jump the bullet and hold up to the card. Go ahead.
There are no secrets from how I've been talking about this episode. You two can wait to hold up your cards if you'd like. It's just...
I do want to, we've talked a lot about the things we don't like about the show, and I want to bring up a couple of things that I do like. We're making it seem like this show is like, I fear that our viewers will, our voyeurs will, just throwing that out there, will interpret this as like the show is this episode was nothing but them just being scandalous with each other. It wasn't like actually literally nonstop, but it's a considerable amount that all three of us have it in the notes where it's like that stuff. And it was just a lot of weird things where it's like, if they're not like, sleeping together in bed and kind of holding each other by the chest and hips, or like flirting each other or talking about Nina's, chest and boobs, then they're talking about smells and how they appreciate, how each of them smells to one another. It's more than a little strange. That being said, it's like, you can't take this show too seriously unless it keeps doing the same thing over and over again, in which case it seems to be serious about setting a specific tone, in this case, what we talked about. But, like, the cast is still fun. They're a bunch of fucking little weirdos and absolute dumbasses, but I don't hate them. Like, they're funny, they're fun. I'm rooting for them to succeed because I want them to do better. And like, there's some good wholesome moments in the show. Shopping was like really wholesome and pure. And like when Roko and Nina were talking, like, Discord, why? Nina, when Roko and Nina are talking in school, they're like talking about it, and Nina's like, oh, she gets put in charge of like designing and making costumes for the idol group, and she's like, Roko's like, oh, you were a big you're really into fashion and everything. She's like, yeah, that's why I became a model. I really love fashion and I love making clothes. And it's like this really cute scene where like, oh, Nina just like, is a pure being and just wants to do fashion, but the show won't stop looting her, and it's not funny to me. It's not. It's not funny. It's a little gross. It's very gross for me. And
Is it supposed to be funny? I don't get the joke there if it is.
Anyway, since we're holding up cards already, Gilly, you go first, please.
Well, I'm gonna fuck this show. I still
too.
have fun with it.
That's fair.
There's a lot here I think got overanalyzed. And that's just my take on it. I still had a good time. That's just it.
That's fair. And this is just one of those moments where someone just had a very negative reaction to it, and in this case, it's Meeps. Understandable. I myself, just much less enthusiastic about this episode than the first episode, to the point where I'm very much less enthusiastic after talking about it with you guys. Like, even without the near constant fan service with Nina, there was just much less wholesomeness, cuteness, and just substance overall in this episode. We didn't really get to feel for their school life. It just came and gone for, like, shtick. This episode got much less laughs and chuckles from me, though a little bit of that comedy still hit home, and the voice acting is very good. Like, each character is very much unique and characterized in their like voices, and you can really get their personality carries through all their deliveries. Roko's little ois are like really adorable. Like, they're super cute. But yeah, this episode made me not entirely sure the tone that the show is setting. I'm gonna give this show a fuck, but I'm really hoping episode 3 does better, because I am losing interest very fast, and if it just continues to do the same thing every episode regarding the fan service and Nina's boobs, haha, and just doesn't give us more moments of like, just it gives us more substance, then I don't think the show's for me. I know they made the joke in the first episode where it's like the scene that got the most hits is Nina's chest. The scene that got us the least amount of hits was you guys being cute, sweet, smiling, and wholesome. And if that was them kind of telling us what the show is going to be like moving forward, well then, you know what? Props, respect. They know what they are, and they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I don't think that's gonna be for me though moving forward. So let's see what episode 3 brings.
Whether I overanalyze the scenes or not, it still felt very gross to watch, and I didn't enjoy my time watching it. I know I already held, so I'm just closing thoughts. I thought the way the manager spoke to them was extremely creepy. The way I understand they're all relatively the same age, but again, it's putting so much emphasis on the fan service. It was almost every scene had something like that. I hope it changes, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise of giving this 3 episodes, but
Hey, I mean, to be honest, my dude, it sounds like this show is making you rather miserable.
it's not King's Raid miserable. It's... Listen, if a show has to go this week, then...
Hey, I have it written down in my notes that I'm fucking good, but I'm not entirely happy about it, and just in case it wasn't clear, it wasn't the fan service that made me want to continue watching. I mean, this show's just like it's gonna be like moe bullshit, and I'm here for it. And I want it to be zany and fun and cute with wholesome moments and sure some fan service moments. But I need an array. I need all the fruits of a fruit tart on this fruit tart, and not just the. You know what? I'm not even going into. I'm not even gonna go into tactile descriptions of the fruits because that could be mis. And you guys heard my alarm go off. You guys, because that would be just doing the same thing over again.
I can't believe you want Hina's peach. Anyways.
Sakura's the peach one.
Yeah, Sakura's the peach. Gotta get her right, Meep. Roku's a blueberry.
Roko's a blueberry.
I was making a joke about the peach butt, but anyways.
Hayu is a strawberry. Also, that morning scene with them was really cute. How she's just like dreadful but loves strawberries.
I wish
not a morning person.
I wish that the way she acted in that scene was how all the
time. You cut out. What happened?
I said I wish the way she acted in that scene was how all of them acted.
All of them acted? Like the whole show?
I said yes. Like I said, I want to see them be miserable. Like
That's on you. I love Hayu. Hayu was the best in the first episode. Roko was best girl. In this episode, Hayu is best girl. She's just out there to have a good time. And she's like, "What did you do in school when you were like in middle school?" She's like, "Oh, well, I wasn't good in sports, but I was in music." She's like, "Oh, were you in band?" "No, I had no friends, and there wasn't a music club. So I just stood by the river and played music alone and rocked out." And she wasn't even sad about it. She just loves fucking playing music and being a rock star, and she doesn't give a shit that no one was around her. She was just having a good time. And I'm like, "You are a sweet girl, absolute dumbass, and I want nothing but the best for you."
She tried to bribe me by wearing a false Canadian Leaf shirt. And then when she realized it didn't work, she threw it all away.
I think I wonder if the studio that did Lucky Star is the one that animated this. Anyway, I think that's the real reason Gilly that Meep hates the show. It's because he feels the false Canadian representation.
That's not why I'm hating this show. You just heard me go on a rant about the sexualization of these characters.
Yeah, well, everyone now knows where we stand on it.
Yep. Well, let's see where we stand with Ikebukuro, Westgate Park, Episode 3. Makoto and the G-Boys are hard.
G-Boys!
Well, he plans to film a video of himself falling down the stairs because another group of YouTubers seem to be harassing him. However, Makoto finds out that he arranged the beef and that the G-Boys seem to pull out until the beef becomes real and they have to save him that arranged the deal with.
G-Boys!
Of the 3 episodes, this is my favorite.
Oh, interesting. We sure...
Yeah.
I love that we leave no mystery for our cards to be revealed. We just open with our take on it.
Listen, I don't want to give a I mean, hey, to be fair, with Magetsu in our last episode, you guys thought I was gonna kill it until I gave it the fuck.
Yeah. Also, Bud, can you hop out and hop in really quick? You seem to be cutting off again a little bit more often.
Let me try something real quick.
Yeah, you fiddle around with that. So, Gilly.
How about now?
Yeah, I mean, you're fine right now. I'll let you know if it happens again. But
yes.
Yeah, just really quick. So, I think, can we all 3 of us agree that this show is kind of political?
Yeah, I was kind of like on the... I wasn't completely on that side with the second episode, but after this one, I'm just like, it's touching on a few things. It's more than I really thought. I thought it was just sort of coincidental before, but no.
This show is in every way almost like a Japanese citizen PSA.
Yeah, and its episodes definitely have a formula. G-Boy investigation, action scene, message.
Not a bad thing, mind you.
Yeah, though once a show establishes its formula and you can see where it's going, at least for me, I sort of that's what makes me sort of fall off. And I don't know if I'm around for this political ride each episode because I don't necessarily need all this modern day politics in my anime. It's different from Moriarty because Moriarty is old-timey politics.
Yeah. You're still cutting it out a little bit.
I
If you
don't
haven't
know.
hopped in and out of the call, I'd recommend trying to do that. But I found it interesting, though I found the tone of this episode to be hard to follow. Whether it be because I don't really agree with this specific one, or that I just I didn't understand the decisions that were being made, I guess.
What was
But
the message they were trying to say?
exactly, like I guess we'll get to more into that as we're talking about the episode.
Be
But
careful what you do online.
I guess I don't like
well,
because there's a message. It obviously tries to front load a message. Maybe it was be honest with the guy who fell down the stairs.
I don't know. Let's start off with in the beginning. If every episode starts off with this political topic, right? Like the first episode was anti-drug, the second episode was anti or like pro corporate responsibility and accountability, anti labor abuse. Um, what did you guys think this episode was going to be in the beginning? Because at very first, I thought we were getting like an anti-pirating, anti-streaming episode, because they were talking about how like there's like people upload all these videos online, and I'm like, oh my god, are we getting anti-pirating? And then it kind of turned into like a what I thought was going to be like an anti like bullshit YouTuber, like an anti Jake Paul kind of thing, but Japan. But like, I don't fucking know.
It seemed like the political message was supposed to be something about the online world and how because there's a big focus on like, oh yeah, people are making less and less money off of this. It's it's weird. The message they were trying to spread this episode was weird and kind of all over the place. And yet, this is still my favorite episode of the three because I felt more entertained than I did watching the other two.
Admitted me, you enjoy watching people on YouTube eat onions and fall downstairs.
I mean, listen, basically watching Logan Paul jump down the stairs was cathartic.
If only. But I
And we can...
I think I'm having a hard time. So like I mentioned in other episodes, like the formula and how these shows are set up. This time we have this YouTuber. I mean, they don't call them YouTubers, but the logo is literally YouTube. We have these YouTubers or YouTuber, and he does like public, stunt stuff where like he eats a whole onion as fast as he can in public places while everyone watches him and laughs at him. Or he, you know, puts on football and hockey gear and falls down flights of stairs to roll the lucky number for the day. And I don't like that kind of YouTube content. And the show seems to be defending this YouTuber who I personally think shouldn't be able to afford a giant apartment. Because I don't think. Well, that's really harsh, and I take back what I said. There's just a lot of content being produced, and when they get all this attention while, more creatives are having to struggle for it, the attention and to get off grounds doing their programs and creating their own content, I find it really hard to empathize with the dude making thousands of dollars.
Yeah, they also, I don't know what you mean by they're defending him. They kind of actively paint him out to be a piece of shit because one of the things he says is, and if I get injured, I can even record my hospital recovery and make more views.
Yeah, but the show's tone is defending him because the show's tone is Makoto, right? And also, Makoto is giving away, like, he's, like, how old is Makoto? He's like 20 something, right?
Yeah.
The episode's intro scene has, meme aside, has huge boomer energy, but then the opening is like super stylish and rocking like right after it, and I found that really contrasting. Like the whole time, Makoto's like, "What is YouTube? I don't follow YouTube," and I just found that really hard to believe.
I don't know. It's I don't know that it was really all over the place, but I liked this episode. I I shouldn't have, but I actually felt entertained. Like the other two, I was entertained, but this one I felt more entertained. I don't know. Gilly, what about you?
I keep having the same enjoyment out of this show. It just does it for me. It's fun.
Well, then, what do
There
you
was
think? Yeah, go on.
I lost my train of thought, so go ahead.
Well, what did you take away from this episode? Were they talking shit about like internet buffoonery, or were they glorifying it?
I don't think they were. I definitely don't think they were glorifying it. I know I can see how it could come off that way, but it was pretty obvious to me that a lot of the things they did, like him saying I could record my recovery in the hospital room, is kind of like a social commentary kind of thing they were doing. Like this is how things have become kind of deal.
Yeah.
I think it was more of just supposed to be almost a tale of warning of just this is how things are now. It's not a good thing.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and also audience to make it clear to audience, there's a big difference between what this guy was doing and what something like, for example, Markiplier does, where he posts like a short 1 minute video going, "Hey, in the hospital, kidney failure, what's up?" And this guy's
Yeah,
like going, "No, I'll eat an onion in the hospital." Like,
and he
like
does.
this guy is very inconsiderate. Because to explain what else he does, he organized this fake beef with people that wore gorilla masks. Don't ask, and they destroyed his car, and he was acting really shitty in front, like recording it. And then he fired one of his employees, and these people he organized the beef with put two of the G boys in the hospital, and he seemed to not care.
He really didn't. Like he apologized, but by that point, this dude has like lied multiple times and just seems like one of the most disingenuous people. Fucking stop. Sorry about that, everyone. He just seems like one of the most disingenuous fucking people, and like everything out of his mouth is just like I don't care anymore to hear it. Like I really don't. He's really unlikable to me, and he's not one of the worst people because he's not hurting others up until this fucking fake beef. Because he was doing clout. He was making clout so that he can uh capitalize on the views and people will tune in for the drama. And this is shit we see on YouTube all the time, and it's artificial and it's not genuine. Like at one moment they're billing him up to, he's like, I see the future of entertainment and I want to bring smiles to people's faces. And like the net is the new world and I want to help bring people together. And then he's making fake beef and fake pranks and like just staging incidents to create drama over conflict, and like fuck him, like fuck people like that. I don't support you. There's performance comedy, and then there is just creating drama and like really poorly acted out stunts, and I that's internet content that I don't fully understand why it gets so much support. Furthermore, there's this really much more prominent point that resonated with me, and it was the tall man, the darker skinned complexion gentleman. I think his name was Gio or something. he was his stage dude and his equipment manager, his cameraman, and he fired him because there's this ongoing message that YouTubers and video and content creators are getting paid less, and they have to downsize their operations. So he fired him, but paid the G Boys and the gorilla brawler dudes. I forgot their name. The Sledgehammer Bros. Paid them to create clout and create drama, and they had this scene where he like breaks down. Like, he's like, I've been loyal to him and I've helped him get to where he's going, and he fired me because he's saying he has no money, and he's creating all this drama, and two people have gotten hurt because the Sledgehammer Gorilla Boys, the Thrashers, hit the G Boys, and it's like this really important scene, and Makoto doesn't say anything, and then Makoto just goes back and helps him out and doesn't mention it. And I thought that was the most important thing in the episode, but the episode didn't seem like it really agreed. It seemed more important to support people who are in danger, even though they put themselves in danger.
I don't... Yeah, no, I'm not... It felt really out of character for Makoto. Like,
this whole episode felt out of character for Makoto.
Yeah. Honestly, now that we're talking about it, the more I think about it, I think this might actually be my... I think I might still like it more than episode 1, but not as much as episode 2 now. The more I, dwell on it. Because, yeah, it...
Yeah. I just really didn't like the YouTuber. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I was just gonna say, we got, no King in this episode, and King's my favorite character so far.
What do you mean we got no King this episode? We have some of the most badass fucking Kings since the whole series.
No, let me clarify. We didn't have much of him. It's the most badass thing he's had. Yes, it's just...
Honestly, I think that was one of my favorite things about this episode was they keep... Because so far, with the G-Boys and such,
G-Boys?
it's like, these are legitimate, these are fucking gangs. But so far, it hasn't been that... We haven't seen anything that bad.
Right?
And then you see King about very close to just literally smashing someone's face in with a fucking sledgehammer. I actually kind of see this is a gang. Doesn't matter how you put it. It's a gang.
Exactly.
I like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. The whole show, the G-Boys are we're a gang, but they're more of a community service organization. And this episode, we finally see them do what they're, gang shit. They get hired for protection, which is... There was that stupid line where, somehow they're King is on the phone with Makoto, and he's like, they escaped. And Makoto's like, what? He's like, yeah, they're better than we thought. The G-Boys aren't hard to give the slip. And I'm like, really? You guys walk around wearing all blue. You're saying you're inconspicuous, that you guys are really hard to slip up. I thought that was stupid. But King, up in the previous episodes, we see King being this diplomat. He's he's this kind of Godfather kind of character where people come to him with problems, and he shows this compassion and let me see what I can do for you if you do something for me. This time, because 2 G-Boys got hurt, he took it personally, and like Gilly said, with beautiful animation, he throws a sledgehammer in the air and catches it right before, 2 inches away from a dude's face. His eyes are bulging out.
In his eyes, yeah.
Yeah, the look on his face is no longer this gentle, collected professional. It's this mobster, this gang leader, this lion, and it was so cool. I hit pause and I had to laugh because I'm out loud, I was like, yo, that's so badass.
Oh, I remember the other part of the formula I forgot. Each episode, Makoto gets a new sidekick to work alongside.
Yeah. I said that last session in our last episode. I was like, I think this is the format we're gonna get, and I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I like this episodic-esque format.
I want Makoto to be a superhero with his child sidekick from the first episode. I
You
was
miss
not. I was not with these two sidekicks we've had, episode 3, episode 2, because I didn't. Mr. YouTuber Man, piece of shit. The the friend was okay, but I'm just kind of like here or there on him. The girl I actually thought had a good dynamic with Makoto, whereas these other two, the YouTuber whines a lot, like a lot.
The YouTuber's kind of trashy, and I think
Like I said,
honestly,
I'm pretty sure.
yeah, go on.
I'm just saying, like I said, that's why I'm pretty sure it's also just supposed to be a commentary. He's supposed to be shitty. It's supposed to make you hate him, and it worked.
Yeah. Though I just kind of wish he would have got his comeuppance in the end, because he
Well,
got on top.
at the end of the day, he broke several bones.
But that's what he wanted, isn't it? Because he wanted to record his hospital recovery.
I think all of us, or at the very least Meep and I, are experiencing a thing where we did not get either we didn't get the resolution we wanted, or we certainly didn't experience the catharsis, which is okay, right? Like episodes, anime, TV shows, movies, it's not about them doing what we want them to do, it's about us enjoying what they're doing. And I enjoyed this episode still. It's just this one, for the first time in the series, has left me very confused and not entirely sure what it was about. King was incredible, Hacker Dude is cool, but Makoto seemed like a completely different character. And, well, not completely, but like a strongly different character. Here's Makoto's 20-year-old, older 50-year-old brother Bokoto. It was weird. Like, Makoto, for the kind of character he is, seemed very disconnected from things that someone in his age group and way of life would know about.
Also, Hacker Dude just eats a bowl of ramen from another store in a different ramen store.
It wasn't a different ramen store. They were in a cafe.
Oh, they were in a cafe. Still.
No.
Well, they even made a little joke about that. He's a regular, so they let him get away with some things, and and the waitress just puts a finger up to her mouth and smiles. It's kind of cute.
It was cute.
I know. It was cute, and I laughed. It's just still a little bit rude.
It's that dude probably spends so much money to it's implied, because that's where he met Makoto the first time. That's kind of his base of op, so I'm pretty sure he's got his own connections there. I see where you're coming from, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone listening to our stream. Please do not bring outside food or drink into a restaurant or bar or other similar kinds of establishments. You're fucking rude.
Depending on where you are, you'll get different treatment.
However, if you're a regular or an occasional at a bar that you like, and you like a bartender, bring him a good craft beer, a fine bottle or can of something rare that you like, and shares are welcome. But don't bring your own shit to a place like that. Anyway, my bartender is showing. Point is...
Yeah. Don't do it in a stand your ground state, especially.
My God, Meep.
You know what they do in Texas.
So, around the same time that we were on currently with him bringing in the ramen, Dalron, you get to experience how just even more of Makoto's taste in ramen, talking about putting a scoop of sherbet on top of it.
This show has disrespected ramen once again. The noodles would have been completely overcooked and soggy by the time the ramen has left the store, let alone been brought to that fucking cafe. Second of all, Makoto is a fucking heretic of ramen, and I will not stand for this. The hacker, with a look of disgust, is like, you can do that on your own. You can, because, sherbet in what looked like shoyu ramen. I don't like this.
I've never had ramen, so...
I really enjoy ramen. I eat it at least once a day when I was in Tokyo, and it's one of my favorite
Sherbet on top of it.
Hmm?
Get some sherbet on top of it.
Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck Makoto. Both you guys.
I don't. Honestly, I think all the places in Canada, or at least all the places in my neck of the woods in Canada, that sell they sell food or not they sell Japanese food. I think all of it is sushi places. Like
Yeah.
I don't think there's one place from here to Edmonton that sells ramen.
Ramen is my self-care day treat. Like if I go out somewhere and either I'm, a little, if I'm feeling a little down in the dumps or under the weather, or I just feel like, doing something nice for myself, I get myself a really nice bowl of ramen in the city.
I really like the ramen in a Gretzko.
Yeah. But this, whatever Makoto was doing here, nuh-uh. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Let's hold up our cards, gentlemen. I'm gonna fuck this episode. I am going to do what every boy has done with a turkey pot pie at least once, and I'm gonna stick my dick in that ramen. And it's gonna burn, it's gonna hurt. This wasn't the best idea I've ever had. But you know what? It's second worst. I'm gonna fuck it.
I hate it here. I hate all of you.
Speak for yourself on that.
I was making a joke.
I hate all of you. You're all heretics of ramen.
What, Dalaran? You don't want to add a little bit of salt to your ramen?
Meat. Delete.
What Dalaran knows the best ingredient to add to ramen is, and then a gun. But anyway,
then a gun.
I am definitely gonna fuck this episode. Ikebukuro Westgate Park is just really nice, and I like how it goes, and it is definitely sending a message with every episode, and honestly, I really liked this one because of that. Even if it might have been a little bit lost for some people, I enjoyed it a lot.
Just wait until the episode.
It was nice.
Just wait until the episode where Makoto is told he has to eat better and he has to start only eating vegetables.
He loves vegetables. He loves fruits and vegetables.
And fruit, but he also puts ice cream and chocolate syrup on his ramen.
You know what? I will never forgive Makoto for what he does to ramen. I will say this though. Watching this show and that scene when they're like sitting there and talking by his fruit stand and they're polishing the apples, I paused, got up, went to my fridge and got an apple. It made me want an apple. But
the apples had visible bruises when they got knocked and they were cleaning them again.
This show puts emphasis on things that most other shows do not, and I think that's one of its charms. Like Gilly, you said the message each episode sends, and honestly, like from the get-go, I kind of picked up that's what was happening, and episode 2 really solidified that this is the format for the series, and I'm here for it. If my personal politics and beliefs and ideals align with it, awesome. If not, then I'm curious to see what this dialogue from this kind of Japanese cultural perspective, if not Japanese government propaganda, like it's a political show. There's no talking around it. It is a political show, and I'm curious to see what it says, and as a look into Japan and how some people see things. That being said, because I like the messages, and this one was a little bit convoluted and murky and not really clear, I still don't understand what exactly this episode was doing after talking about it with you guys. Makes me a lot less warm on this episode than the others. Much like that ramen that he brought where the noodles are soggy, so is my erection. Jokes aside, I didn't hate it. I just didn't make sense to me. The YouTuber was kind of trying to be made to sound profound and inspirational, but he lied about needing protection and was organizing fake beef and a feud for clout. And the thing that really offends me is that he fired that his one like really hardworking guy, and he threw money around to the G Boys. If the G Boys don't recruit him, I don't know what the show is doing. But he like the YouTuber guy just throws money around, and we're still supposed to. The show is trying to make us empathize with him, despite him fucking over this dude. Like fuck that. But this episode did, however, give me how fucking utterly badass and ruthless King can be, and I'm very much excited for the end of the series when we see the gang warfare. I'm curious. Despite Makoto's boomer energy in this episode, I still find him an enjoyable character. But why is he doing all this for free, though? Is the question that I was left with at the end of the episode.
Not to help people, because he would have helped the guy that got fired if he did. So maybe he's doing this out of a debt to King, or maybe not debt, but like feeling he needs to repay King for something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm fearing a debt situation because I like how simple this show has been, and I kind of like King and Makoto, and to hear that Makoto has been doing all of this because he has to, not because he wants to, would kind of suck for me.
Yeah. I will say, if next episode, if we don't get any hints of an overarching plot line, if it just seems like it's gonna stay week to week, I'm gonna be hopping off, because this episode and talking about it's just left me very lukewarm on it. I was lukewarm from episode 1. It's not giving what I was hoping to get out of it, and if it just stays with this episodic nature, I don't know how long I'll stick with it for. We'll see how next episode goes, but
yeah, hey, fair enough. But though that's strange to me because like you're the episodic man.
I'm the episodic man when the episodic stuff does stuff for me. Like this episode did enough for me, but I want an overarching plot line with this because I don't know, it's striking me different. Maybe it's just because I had different expectations going into it, because the description of Ikebukuro Westgate Park, I won't say what it is, but we haven't seen it so far.
This is the one with the sister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be.
Which is what's making me be apprehensive. Like, this is what's making me worried about, like, an indentured kind of dynamic between him and King. Not that they're friends, but King has him under his boot.
Like, Tabitabi, I knew it was going to be episodic going in, and I didn't mind. This, I figured there was going to be an overarching storyline, and I was kind of looking for something, because this has sown the seeds of an overarching storyline, like involving the Red Angels. But it's sort of...
I'm keeping to my prediction. I expect this show to keep to this format that we're having right now, which I'm actually enjoying myself. I in case it wasn't obvious, I'm fucking this show. I am fucking this show. Despite this episode being confusing to me, it's still something I'm really enjoying. And that opening is so good. Every episode I watch the opening, it starts making more sense. You say it was messy before. It's not. It's just wild and crazy and all over the place, but like not in a bad way. I dig it. And the song is just a fucking bop.
I guess when we're doing the opening stuff at the end of the season, we're gonna be fighting over that because
Oh, come on. It's really... I like that kind of voice. It's just... I won't recreate it because I've been talking for 3 hours and my voice is shot. But it's good. I really enjoy it. But yeah, I'm keeping to my prediction that we're going to get... What episode? This is episode 3? Yeah. I think we're going to get another 3 episodes. Maybe 5 episodes of this episodic stuff, with every episode or every other episode increasing the tension between the G-Boys and the Red Angels. G-Boys! And then like episode 9 and 10, or 10 and 11, are going to be the clash of the two gangs. And episode 12 is going to be like this kind of resolution episode where the dust settles and we kind of see what happens to Ikebukuro.
Well, with that, I believe we've all held up our cards for Ikebukuro Westgate Park, episode 3. But now,
2 fucks and a knife.
What do you mean? I said I fucked it.
Oh, trifecta.
Yeah, I was just saying if next episode if it sticks to this episodic format, you'll probably see some different votes for me.
Yeah, fair enough. Your voice trailed off there. Like you sounded like you really weren't into it.
Talking about the episode, I'm really not into it, but at the same time, it did enough for me to want to continue. But for now, we are on to Jujutsu Kaisen, episode 4. In this, our episode 4, the first years are sent to rescue juvenile offenders, where they meet with a special grade curse. It overpowers them, so Itadori tells the others to escape, and when given the signal, he swaps with Sukuna. Sukuna kills the curse and collects one of his fingers, but Itadori isn't able to swap back with him. This show is fucking gruesome.
I love it.
I absolutely adored this episode with like its visuals and everything. The special grade, its design was creepy. I enjoyed it. Like the
special grade curse, yeah.
Yeah. Sukuna has a completely different posture when he's in Itadori bodies. Like any other show would be like, no, same posture. No, this, like, there's completely different postures. And I like it.
It's good.
It's also kind of interesting because with the whole posture thing, Itadori is usually a little bit hunched over, and Sukada's always just straight back, prominent. I am the boss of everybody in this room, kind of thing going on. He demands to be respected. He emanates prominence.
Yeah. Also, so we all know how the special grade curse had the curse finger in it, right?
Yeah. Did you guys see that coming?
No.
I didn't
see it.
Which is why I'm wondering, was that special grade curse so afraid of Sukuna because he knew it was Sukuna?
I think all curses know what Sukuna... Most curses know what Sukuna is because of his prominence. He's the king of curses, right?
Yes, he was known as the king of curses, but he himself was human, wasn't he? I have to go back to episode 2, but I believe he was a human that gained so much curse energy that he became so powerful.
Oh, maybe.
I just know that I'm pretty sure most curses know about Sukuna because they're always searching out his fingers to empower themselves.
Yeah.
Though this one was just born, so
which begs its own question. It was just born. Where did the finger come from?
I don't know, and that has me so curious.
Our overarching villain, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe there was a finger like kept in this juvenile detention center. I don't know.
Yubi.
Also, Fushiguro on point this episode.
Oh yeah, complete with character flaws and strengths.
Yeah, like his I risk my life to bring the body back to someone I never intended to save. What do you mean? He killed a child while driving without a license on the second time he did this, dude. It's like, I can't fault him for that. He never wanted to save that person because he did a horrible thing. And that's interesting.
They do a really good job with the scenes too, because when Itadori is seeing the juvenile delinquent's like mother, guardian, outside and like breaking into tears, you see this like great amount of like empathy. Like he gets really upset about it, and then this like resolve, like steely resolve in him, and he's like, we're gonna go save their lives. And Oh no, what's her name? Nabara? Nobara.
Nabara?
Nobara, yeah. Nobara is like, yeah, as if we're gonna do anything else. And Fushiguro is just doesn't say anything. And, the last two episodes he's been the quiet, reserved, chill, cool dude. And I took that as like, yeah, he doesn't even respond because uh yeah, that's part of the job. He came ready for this, so did Nobara. But then it's revealed that he doesn't he's not here for that. He didn't respond because he was being aloof. He didn't respond because he didn't agree, and I like that dynamic shift.
Yeah, and I just wish they would have done something more with Nobara this episode. Really going away Sakura.
She had very few scenes, but which ones were either funny, and the scenes where she got swallowed up into a curse realm was pretty good. And it's also implied that she fought off all of those demons.
Oh yeah, she fought off a lot. It's just it was it was a little sad that rather than have her involved, they just sort of like dropped her through her hole and kept her away from the main action.
They literally took her
Which
off
very
the screen.
likely saved her character as well.
Yeah. To be fair, Fushiguro did run as well, though he also got a lot character-wise this episode, and I was just kind of hoping to get some more from Nobara too, because I really don't want her to go the way of Sakura.
I don't think anyone really wants that. We want to see a prominent trio, not two main characters with a side female character. But
yeah,
another thing with Fushiguro that's really nice was I thought it was mostly his wolves, but no, his whole curse thing is he's just literally like a conjurer. He just makes all sorts of different things. I thought it was just the wolves. I didn't know it was a bunch of different stuff. I didn't know there was gonna be there because we saw the bird, we saw the toad, which was hilarious.
Snake.
Yeah, the snake.
I love that he summons them by making shadow puppets. When he says "curse dog," he just makes the hand shadow puppet symbol for dog.
I can't wait for the snake to look to Sukuna and go, Orochimaru-sama!
His name's probably going to be Orochi, you know that, right?
Yes! Considering the Naruto parallels you can make with this, yes!
I don't really see that many Naruto parallels thus far.
Trio of 3, one super powerful teacher. Main character has a demon locked inside of him, has to collect more to get powerful.
That's a lot of shonen, my dude. The demon inside of him that he has to overcome is Naruto-esque, though. I'll give you that.
Not Bleach, Dragon Ball, or One Piece. It's not those.
It's all of them. This is Bleach, Naruto, Hunter x Hunter. You can keep naming a number of shonens that have similar tropes with them.
I was naming the parallels I was showing between this show and Naruto.
Yeah.
I don't believe Goku or Ichigo have a demon locked inside of them.
Come again? I want you to think about that second name you said.
Goku or Ichigo have a demon locked inside of them. Ichigo doesn't.
Ichigo doesn't have a demon inside of him.
The hollow spirit that he's constantly dealing with.
That's not really a demon. That's
fuck off.
It is. It's constantly trying to take over me, but it's the same concept.
It's more
not as prominently as the nine-tailed fox.
It is for a while. Yeah. It comes up pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Just about as regularly as Naruto getting taken over.
I can think of 2 instances.
It is.
I can think of a good 5. And I'm not even done with the series yet.
It is a demon that possesses his body with a conscious spirit like a like the nine-tailed fox. Shonen is a genre. You're going to see a lot of tropes reused, and like we discussed. Sorry, Discord cuts me off.
That's why Shonen's its own genre now.
Yeah, and on top of that, Discord stopped cutting off my mic. But also, furthermore, just because it's a trope it's not a bad thing. In fact, usually tropes are tropes because they're so popular and are a really good format to conveying thoughts and ideas, and so they do that.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying there are a lot of Naruto parallels you could make.
Fair enough. But yeah, this
Now,
yeah, go on, Gilly.
something this episode, there was one part of this episode that got me fucked up.
Was it? You know what? I'm gonna let you say it.
Um, so the futility when they're in some sort of like waterway kind of thing where it's Itadori trying to face off against this curse. The futility, the pure emotion from him, the oh my god, I'm going to die, terrified emotions, fucked me up. His reactions, his feelings, that was very. I don't even know how to really put words to it. It was great. I really liked how it was. I really liked it, but man, did it mess me up for that for that moment.
It's gonna be a tough act for the English voice actor to follow up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm starting to
That
get a
was
sense.
rough.
Yeah,
It
I'm
was
starting to get
powerful.
a sense of why this manga is so popular and why it's been climbing the ranks so much. It's doing the tropes extremely well. Whereas something like My Hero strays away from the tropes. It has a couple, but it strays away. These are sticking to the tropes, but doing them like A plus
Mm-hmm.
and adding its own twist, and it's doing really well.
Like in the previous episode, it doesn't. What we're talking about right now isn't new, but it doesn't have to be new to be done well, and this is done well. However,
Fucking,
I
oh,
really
sorry.
hope. Just sorry, go on.
I was just gonna fucking when he swaps with Sukana's just like, what would be the best way to mess with him? Are you ready to go kill some kids, special grade? And like he shoots the pure energy. The special grade shoots the pure energy at Sukana, and Sukana accidentally, on a whim, regenerates Itadori's hand because
Because
Itadori's
that
hand
hand
gets
was
cut off.
closer to the blast than the other hand.
Yeah, he Sukana does things on whims, and that's what I like about him. Like he thinks it's true, but
Sukana's definitely an intimidatingly powerful, confident, and competent character.
yeah. And as soon as he realizes, okay, I can't swing this, you die here. Even a curse would miss their arm, right? It's just, damn.
The thing is though, like Sukana, you in the beginning he's menacing not because he's malicious, but just because he just isn't he's so relaxed. This special great curse that has made Fushiguro Megumi just terrified, froze his sheer one sec. Because someone feels it's important to drag race at 11 p.m. His sheer presence and spiritual pressure makes Itadori and Fushiguro freeze up, and I thought that was great. And he was this incredible threat that made Itadori realize how fucking vulnerable and how much more he needs to grow in strength, outright weak. Because Itadori always lived life thinking that he's strong enough to decide how things go, and for the first time, he feels utterly powerless, which breaks him down to crying, like Gilly you were talking about before, which is an incredibly powerful moment. Sukana comes out, and this creature that was this incredibly sarcastic, chaotic, destructive force is terrified. And he doesn't just delete him. Sukana pats him on the back, the curse on the back, and is like, "Hold on a minute, I need to figure out how to fuck with this kid." All right, cool. We're gonna go fuck up his friend. Come with me. Come on. What are you doing? Let's go. Let's go fuck up some kids. And then the creature thinks it's going to attack him, and he's like, "Oh, you fucking idiot," and just wrecks his shit, and spends the next 10 minutes of the episode or however long, literally talking down to him like as if he was his like condescending father. It's so good. It's the kind of competent villainy I love.
He was toying with him too because he didn't just take his arm. I'm sure you remember the little pan over is the torso is embedded in the wall with each limb embedded in different sections.
Yeah.
He's playing with his food. He could have killed him immediately if he wanted to. He didn't. He wanted to toy with him, which really plays towards how Sukuna is supposed to be, kind of sadistic a little bit.
Yeah, we also skipped over two important details that we should probably mention real quick. Itadori learns how to use cursed energy.
That's right. I forgot about that.
And also, the people they were supposed to rescue, they found all of their bones taken out, crushed up into a small ball.
Yep. The show is not pulling punches with depicting violence. It's not relishing in gore and violence, but it's not pretending that things don't bleed.
Yeah, you're not seeing me complain about the blood in this show.
It's good. It's good. It's done to a right amount. When the enemies get hurt, they do the anime blood spray, and it's satisfying. Itadori loses his hand, and blood spray, and then I find it a very appropriate amount of violence, appropriate and satisfying amount of violence for a shonen.
Itadori's relaxation and calm demeanor to his hand being removed only could pass a thought through my head of shock's a hell of a drug.
It really is, man. And Itadori's a very carefree dude, and it didn't even click on him. The voice acting in this show is also incredible. Exactly. When it happens to him, there's silence. Everything rings out except for the spray of blood, and you hear Itadori's voice actor in this delicate, gentle, like completely taken, like shock.
Domain expansion.
Yeah. Going back to
special grade into like 12 different pieces.
5.
Then
he was gonna cut him into 3, but he fell apart into 5 because he's just so weak.
Yep. And then he takes the finger out of the chest, burns the special grade. Brat, switch with me. What are you waiting for, Brat? Switch with me. And then it clicks, and he turns to the camera with this maniacal smile, showing that there is consequence for swapping with Sukuna the more fingers he gets.
Yep. Also, before we talk about the ending, really quick, 2 lines that I really enjoyed from Sukuna was when he's being all friendly with the special grade, because he's like, come on, minion, basically, like, oh, come on, let's go. You work for me now. Let's go fuck up this kid's friend. When the special grade curse decides to attack him, his delivery of Baka, where he just turns around, he's like, he's just like, just turns around and is like, idiot, and just wrecks his shit. But my actual favorite line is, Gilly, you touched upon it, when he basically was playing with his food, for lack of a better term, and he rips his limbs off and embeds them into the wall. The special grade regenerates, and Sukuna's reaction is like, oh, look at that, you can regenerate. Regeneration isn't that big of a deal for curses, though. Humans, on the other hand, and the special grade crashes down and has this like maniacal smile on his face because he's about to fight again. And Sukuna looks at him and is like, oh, you look so happy. Do you want me to praise you? And I'm like, holy shit. This bastard, this absolute bastard.
So, you mentioned it, but the ability that Sukuna uses, the big thing I have to say about it, up to this point, every time we've seen a curse, they've either been using raw physical power or just raw curse energy. This was the first time we saw a curse use, like, Jujutsu sorcery, which he literally said, this is what real Jujutsu sorcery is, before he fucking separated him. That was interesting. Very interesting, because we hadn't seen a curse use that yet. It's all been like pure physical strength, or with the special grades, it was pure curse energy.
Because Sukuna used to be human. I think that's why.
It's very interesting. It's very different. I liked it. It was really cool. It was really cool. It had really good like imagery for that like sort of shrine that appears around him. It was nice.
Yeah, and the outfit he has, like those robes.
It's really well done. It was very good looking.
Yeah. Did either of you watch the preview for the next episode?
I did.
No, I skip previews.
Okay. I
Oh
won't say
wait,
anything.
no, I did.
Okay. So next episode is going to be the super action heavy episode, right?
Yep. Not gonna say why for those of people who didn't see it, but yeah, it's gonna be action heavy. Which
Yep.
Yeah, we shouldn't particularly get into it since we should wait till we actually see the episode.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just saying like that one scene because this one was for what it is. It was actually kind of action light. I think we got 2 minutes of Sukuna fight, quote unquote fighting. It was just a curb stomp.
I think it did what it needed to do. Because I don't want action for the sake of action. I want action to serve a purpose, and damn you, Discord.
Yeah,
Don't know where I cut out. So basically, action. I don't want action for the sake of action. I want action to serve a purpose, and this episode did it very satisfyingly for me. So
I don't get me wrong. I loved this episode. It's my favorite of the 4.
good.
Between from before the change to before Itadori changes to after, I like how they draw the parallel because they both put their hands out to stop the curse energy, but they show that they really wanted to really show you the big difference, even more in power, as Itadori is just losing half his finger, like half of each finger, and Sukata just brushes it off.
And the way Sukana engages the curse with like this like fucking, he's so powerful and fast that he literally flash steps, and it's just this show really knows what it's doing, man. It continues to impress me.
Yeah. It.
I will say this. I've been trying to bring this up a few times throughout throughout our discussion. Going back to Kugisaki Nobana, I'm really hoping that, like me and Gilly said, she killed a lot of demons while down there to the point where she ran out of nails. And even after running out of nails, she was fighting different demons curses, when she was losing and about to be, well, she was about to die before Fushiguro saved her. I hate frogs. So she put in a lot of work, and I would really like next week's episode to open with us seeing what she did, even if it's just a bit. But it would be really great to see her kicking ass full on. Like, I want to see her at her 100%. I want to see her just like destroying those 50 something demons that were curses that were flying around her. I thought that'd be a really cool way to start the next episode.
Yeah. It.
I know they're probably saving budget and aren't animating every fight, but what if they did?
Also, my one friend that told me that he stopped watching or stopped reading this manga because it was too shonen for him. I found out he stopped around the part where Nobara showed up, so I at least know that hey, they weren't telling me about stuff to come, so
Cool.
yeah. Because I just remember telling you off stream one time, like, yeah, someone kind of told me that. I just really hope that it doesn't end up that way. And hey,
Fair enough. Gilly, when you said there was a specific scene that made you feel a certain way, I thought you were going to talk about when they killed the dog.
I'll be honest. we didn't even see it happen. We just, as awful as it is, it almost made me chuckle just because they turn and it's embedded in the fucking wall.
I did.
I hate it, but the fact the just the way they did it was very close to humorous because it was like, wait, what?
Yeah, fucking, they did it cooler. They planted the dumbass tree.
I think they did it because to avoid animal cruelty, depictions of animal cruelty.
Looking at.
Oh,
What?
Meep's dead. Meep's dead. Anyway, yeah, we don't
You
get
said,
this.
wait,
Huh?
you said you think they did it to avoid cruelty. I just went, holding the spleen ball up made out of human spines.
I said animal cruelty.
Animal cruelty.
Oh, okay, cut out for me. All I heard was cruelty.
Humans are animals too, but yes, specifically animal cruelty.
Monkey.
Um, yeah, they killed the dog, and they spent the fucking first half of the episode doing the fucking ooh chiku 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 chi like good boy, who's a good boy with the dog, and I'm like and it didn't even cross my mind that they would kill the dog. Normally it crosses my mind. They didn't. It didn't in this one, and then because the dog can sense curses, that's its one of its powers. And Fushiguro was like, "This is impossible. Where the fuck are curses coming from?" Where the dog should have sent, and then he sees the dog, its head only sticking out, bleeding from the wall, and I'm like, "Fuck!"
Can the demon dogs fully die?
He summoned the dog, and only the black one came out.
Well,
yeah, but the thing is, they both disappeared the first episode too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
They dissolved into like
melted.
Nothing, so
I have to imagine there's a cooldown.
Ha. Oh yeah, Fushigiro's power is cool. Shadow summoning.
Yeah. Do you think he has a monkey summon and it would just summon a human?
I wouldn't be surprised if he has like a brawler gorilla summon.
Yes. We can get our true want for what happened with the 20 Sukana fingers. Monkey feet.
Nah.
No,
also, there's a great line where
powers are a lot of fun.
There's a great line where Itadori is like, "Come on, Sukana, take over. Like, if I die, you die with me." And Sukana's like, "Yeah, I will die, but there are also 18 other fragments of my soul out there, so I'll be all right. Good luck, kid." And Itadori's like, "Fuck."
I can always get stronger.
God damn, it's a good fucking show. It's a good show.
Yeah.
I do love that, how just Sukana's just like, nah, they already explained it to you. Did you think I forgot? Because I'm not gonna forget. It's how I work. I feel like it was Itadori that actually forgot that's how that worked.
Yeah, I think so. It's it is the Jujutsu sorcerers that want Itadori to die, not Sukano doesn't give a shit. That being said, I'm thinking about the episode if I missed anything, and each time I think about it, more and more things come back into memory, and it makes me realize how palatable exposition and establishing information is done in this show. They have that exposition scene in the beginning with the cop sorcerer, and afterwards, that's all the exposition we get. They go in, except for that Fushiguro scene, but it also served to be character moment for him. They go inside, the place is twisted, they explain that high-grade demons and curses can change the environment and create these kind of like realms, these kind of like cursed realms. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's keep going. Tell me more. Never did I feel like I was being explained and taught stuff about the world and how it works, and the show's been doing really well in that regard.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like we can talk about this show forever.
I feel like I understand what's going on, and I don't feel like trying to understand what's going on or being explained what's going on is taking over most of the memory I have for it. I get it. That's good.
Yeah.
Can we Can we stop sucking Sukana off and just hold up our cards?
I do have one last thing I wanted to bring up since we've been all over the place about this anyways. The the system for grading curses and like what you need to fight one is hilarious to me because it literally goes like a bat should do you fine. You might need a gun. I can't remember what the third one was. I actually blank on what it said.
Tank.
Because it was talking about something very specific. No, I think because the fourth one was tank.
I remember.
Or did it legitimately jump straight from handgun to tank?
I think so.
I think.
And then a tank might not even be enough, and the last one was a carpet bomb might not be enough. Like special grade carpet bomb might not deal with it.
Which is terrifying.
Yeah. Which also, again, really shows you how strong Sukana is.
Yep.
I am stronger than a carpet bombing.
Which
He's
actually
significantly stronger than a carpet bombing. He's worth at least 3.
I am stronger than the atomic bomb.
I am the atomic bomb.
I was at ground zero.
Yes, we find out in Jujutsu Kaisen that the atomic bomb was actually fueled by one of Sukana's fingers.
No. Sukana was the atomic bomb. That's just it's how the Jujutsu College covered it up.
Oh no. Gaslight, right? You go on, Gilly.
I'm sorry.
Nope, that's all I got. That's the last thing I wanted to bring up because I loved that little rating system.
Speaking of the rating system, this brings up actually a point that I wanted to make, so thanks for reminding me. So, a special grade demon requires a carpet bombing to deal with it. That's how powerful it is. And in our 4th episode, our party has to deal with a special grade demon. Now, when that came about, I was a little disappointed because the first thing I thought was, oh fuck, a special grade demon. And then I thought, ah fuck, a special grade demon. Because it felt like a giant power jump, like a huge power spike. And
it did seem like one of the weaker ones, though.
I don't know about that. Fujihiro really made it seem like a big fucking deal.
Sukana said he was one of the weaker ones, though, because Sukana is classified special grade.
I mean, everyone's weak compared to Sukana.
Yes, but if we're going on ratios, this special grade was just born, and to be fair, it did have one of Sukana's fingers, so that was changing things. But
the thing is, though, I thought immediately about Bleach and how we could have had these episodes with Ichigo kind of like learning his powers and fighting all these hollows and different creatures, and I always felt like Bleach really burned through its first season, its early material, and in that moment when they showed off the special grade, that's what I was thinking. In the end, with the difference of strength between Itadori and Sukana, there is a new power ceiling that was established. However, I would be remiss if I didn't bring it up in this discussion and conversation about the show.
That's fair, but Shonen is all about power scaling. It's nowhere near as bad as Dragon Ball's power scaling.
I don't know, it really felt like we went from, Raditz to Frieza and...
They did give us an explanation because they didn't even want to use these kids, but they're so limited with Jujutsu sorcerers, they used what they had on hand, which was them.
Yeah, think of it this way: they didn't even have to fight, and to even have a chance, they had to let out Sukana. The thing Gojo said, "Yeah, don't do that. It's not a good thing. Don't do that." And now we see why they don't do that. This is why you don't do that. This is why you don't do that, Itadori. Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah, but we always knew he was going to come out the moment he lost his hand.
Yeah.
You know what? I agree. Yeah, maybe good point. But also, Gilly, that is, I think you're onto something there. I. So you think maybe what we're gonna see is this whole resolution? Because remember, someone is still supposed to die, right? This whole resolution, and then the party's gonna go back to fighting lesser grade curses and work their way up, like Sukana and has shown us, like this episode has shown us where we're going, but not we're not there yet.
Well,
I
I
don't
don't
think we're
want
going to be dealing with special grade curses constantly. I don't think they're going to be
yeah.
throwing that at us.
Okay.
Also, do do people like Itadori get put in those classifications? Because like if someone else has a Sukana finger they're taking the power of, do they get put in that classification, or are they their own thing? We don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But I'll tell you one thing for sure. You definitely need more than a baseball bat to take on Itadori.
I don't know if you get him while he's not looking. What?
Wait, I
Or do
just
you
remembered. I think I
break on his head? Hello?
let me look that up real quick. Cause yeah, Gilly, I feel like you're right. I might have skipped over one.
Wait,
Checking
are
the
you saying you didn't
Discord.
actually hear the whole thing about they were there just because that's what they had on hand?
Yeah, no, I did hear that, and I made a note of that. I'm like, oh, that was a good way of explaining why Gojo or any of the other senseis aren't here. Though I still don't see why the principal wasn't there.
And they hinted at it in episode 2 as well, because he said that uh, sorcerers often go on jobs way too dangerous for them, and they repeat that in this episode, saying that oftentimes Jujutsu sorcerers are sent after jobs that are out of their wheelhouse. It seems to be hammering that home that they're low staffed, and oftentimes you're sent on jobs you can't handle just because you're what's available.
I am looking up the curse grade.
Probably going to be hard to find it, but if it's not evident enough, I feel like all of us are giving this show a fuck.
Yeah, I'm fucking the show.
Yep. It continues to impress.
You know, I'm curious to try some weird stuff out with some curses. I'll put my eggplant in the special grade.
I don't think
What?
the only place where you could is like its finger hole, right in the middle of its chest.
It is
Oh
a
no,
eunuch.
it ripped off its cocoon from its legs. I'm sure it has a butt.
No, it's eunuch.
Says you.
Why would it though, Meep? That would slow it down. It has to be smooth like a Ken doll.
Why would
Otherwise, we'll hear
Sukon
it.
have a butt?
Otherwise, it'll give away its position because it's so dummy thick.
Either way.
Oh, you can say cringe and I can't?
Hmm.
Double standards, much Meep?
Yeah, me. Shame on you.
Are we ready for Akudama Drive, episode 3?
Speaking of nuclear bombs,
Yeah.
Oh.
Meep
Hello?
died.
Okay, I am back. Hello.
Closer to the mic.
I said hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
In this, our Akudama Drive, episode 3. The gang prepares to infiltrate the Shinkansen, while Swindler feels like she keeps drifting farther away from her normal life. They get to the elevators where they need to simultaneously press the buttons. However, an unexpected barrier is put up. They find clever ways to get around them and get to the train, but the cargo needs to be a specific weight. So Swindler gets in and turns off the plasma field, allowing everyone to board. Setup episode, a lot of setup, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, still good.
Yeah.
But again, not to immediately say how we feel about the show. Starting with the beginning of the episode, like the very opening scene, I like the executioners. master and student. I'm not rooting for them, but I feel for them, or I get where they're coming from.
I mean, to be fair, they are the technical good guys. We are following, villains.
Legality does not equal morality. Just because something is lawful does not make it ethical or moral.
Delaron, we've seen them murder for literally no reason. We've seen them commit murder for literally no reason.
So, remember the last episode where I was like, what if the Akudama are the good guys? And then it immediately clicked in my head. I'm like, no, there are no good guys. No one's hands here are clean of blood or cruelty. I think everyone is a bastard, except for maybe Swindler, but she's already too late. She's already contributed to people dying. I don't think there are good guys here. There's just the team we're rooting for and the team we're not.
I mean, we haven't seen Pupil or the Master do anything wrong.
They support an oppressive regime. They are weapons in an oppressive regime.
I mean, we haven't seen much of the government to really go off of, I feel.
Oh, come on.
I mean, if anything, Kanto seems like the regime, and I don't think they're working for Kanto specifically.
I disagree. I think Kanto is the oppressive regime whose oppressive overlords oversee Akudama. Not Akudama, Kansai.
Kanto is supposed to be the US, yes, but I don't think the executioners are working for Kanto necessarily. They just seem to be the police force that deal with dangerous criminals.
I don't know. I foresee the police force being directly under being a branch of the Kanto government. But these are just headcanons.
I guess we'll have to see.
If the show survives. Gilly, where you at?
On Akudama Drive.
Akudama Drive. Episode 3.
Yeah, it was an episode dedicated to the setup of their heist, like all the leading up stage steps, and that's what I expected within the first minute or two, and that's what they did, and they did it well. It had some nice little banter, has some very interesting situations. Fucking god, trying to figure out how to get through the barriers. Fuck. The differing ideas here, neither one was smart. Just keep throwing knives until one of the knives finally gets through the last layer, and then Brawler's like, I'm just gonna rip this off because it's not shielded.
He can't go through the barrier.
Smart.
Yeah, he can't go through the barrier, so he's gonna rip out the barrier around it.
He's smart in such weird circumstances, but that's kind of nice, honestly.
This show really gets how to write, the show gets how to write characters, but what it really does well is know how to play the characters in the moment. Also, this show really knows how to write dialogue and set up situations, because while Brawler is literally ripping out the barrier, the barrier mechanisms, like just giant Shinto shrines that produce this barrier, so the team needs to get to a button, one on the top floor, one on the bottom floor, and press it literally in the same second. Otherwise, the whole mission is fucked. The whole heist is over. And there's a barrier, multi-layered barrier blocking them. Brawler goes to rip it all out, and fucking Cutthroat, which we get a really cool scene with Cutthroat because he's still being a fucking child and running around, red, red. And then the moment he detects the barrier, he was about to jump into it and probably get injured. You see him flinch, like twitch in the air, stop himself, and jump back with like lightning reflexes, and he gets super serious all of a sudden. And I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they set up this whole thing where on the way, Swindler's like out of shape because all these are like all of them do run a lot, and she's like, Hacker, let me borrow a drone so I can make it up the stairs. And Hacker's like, no, you can't have my drones. Fuck off. And then Cutthroat is like breaking through the barrier by throwing knives in perfect succession, but then he runs out of knives. So she takes the drone, and Hacker's like, no, I said you can't, and just yeets the fucking drone through the knives, at the knives to push him through. And you get this adorable scene where the barrier fries the drone and the knives, and Hacker and Cutthroat are both sitting there very sad, cuddling their favorite item.
My drone, my knife. Also, I love how Swindler keeps going, can't you hack it? No, that's not how hacking works.
Hacking is not magic?
Yes, it's great. I love Swindler in this group. She, like, fucking when she's getting in the cargo, are you sure you weigh less than me? Don't escalate her their weight, that's rude. Slam.
She is the perfect amount of anxiety, yet strangely capable.
How do we feel about the fact that they're continuing with Cutthroat's feelings towards Swindler?
It's gonna be the running gag and potentially an issue down the line.
Because he throws the knife and gets stuck. She just tells him to keep throwing knives, and he's just as you command.
Yep. Yeah, Cutthroat's creepy. I get that's his point. We're seeing a little bit more depth, a sliver of more depth, which makes me interested. Less unenthused. I'm slightly more enthused, or slightly less enthused about Cutthroat than I was in the previous episode after seeing a little bit more depth to him.
Brawler continues to be the best character in the show to me.
Yep, 100%. Although it was nice to see Hacker flex his, proverbial muscles.
Oh yeah.
In this episode, Doctor really had nothing to do.
Much more of an entity in this episode, and while Brawler can be smart in dumb ways, he's also dumb in dumbass ways. Like Hoodlum's like, yes, this is all resting on me. I'll press it. What? You just click this, and he just stomps on it. And then Hacker's like, I didn't have enough time to finish that.
Yeah, Hacker was supposed to rewrite the cargo logs so that they wouldn't get vaporized when going through the cargo tray, the cargo loader. And Brawler just hits the EMP early because, if anything, it should have been Cutthroat to hit the big red button.
I'm happy it wasn't, because I feel like that would have just made us hate Cutthroat. I'm happy that, because Brawler, I don't think subtlety and precision aren't his strong suit, so it makes sense for him. Like, oh, we're just supposed to press this? Clunk. Hacker. I didn't have enough time. Because Brawler probably views hacking in a similar way Swindler does. Like, just second. Stomp.
I think what does... We have 3 names for Brawler from our ever-loving team. It's Shithead. No, it's Dumbass, Shitbrain, and Meathead. I think Courier calls him Dumbass, or Shithead, or Shitbrain. No, yeah. Courier calls him Dumbass, Doctor calls him Shitbrain, and Hacker calls him Meathead. And Hoodlum continues his bromance with the strong boy.
Yes.
I feel like we didn't talk enough about the opening scene, or like the first half of the episode where they're planning their heist. We saw a few more character interactions that just kind of solidified, helped, to me, like, only made the characters all the more understandable for me. My favorite scene, personally, was when it was explained to us that if you kill one of the Shinsengumi guards if their vitals drop, an alarm goes off, and the whole place gets locked down. So, no killing. And upon being told that, Swindler has a massive gets like you see her face relax. She heaves a breath out and smiles in relief, while Cutthroat is just so sad and so disappointed to hear this. Also, the opening is super stylish, and I fucking love it.
The opening song, or
Everything. The visuals are stunning and fantastic. It's just super aesthetic to the show, and overall just well composed and designed and coordinated. The song is cool too. It fits really well. Immediately gives me Black Lagoon vibes.
the colors were kinder to my brain this time around.
Fuck. Right. Oh no.
They were much kinder to me this time. It's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be a thing that comes up because this is the kind of show where it's gonna have a lot of like neon lights and such. So I'm fine with it. It's just I'm glad that it was a little calmer this time. It's like, oh yeah, this is nice. I can pay more attention.
Can we just talk about how cute Swindler was in that outfit, like that delivery outfit? I don't know what it was about it. She was just so cute there.
I thought it was a really good scene.
Everyone played their roles just right. You know, up until the barriers.
Yeah.
I think everything was just, and still they play their parts really well because this show does a really good job at having them fail forward, keeping it funny but also like clever, and this show just really pace like beat for beat, step by step, pace for pace does such a good job.
I loved how when they finally got to the button with the barriers, you got you got the you got Swindler grabbing one of Hacker's throats, just throwing a knife to make sure it can get through. And then you have Hoodlum like, I'll press it, and he trips and just lands head first into it.
It's yeah, there's like literally 3, 4, 5 seconds on the clock. Also, props to Swindler. She had to throw that drone super accurately, like pinpoint accurately, to make the knife go the way it needed to go. And we have like literally down to the last second, like 3, 2, 1, and everyone is just, well, not everyone. Doctor and Doctor's just reserved herself to her fate, I guess. But 3, 2, 1, and the knife makes it just in time, and Swindler's face collides with the other button in the perfect second. And all I have to say to that is amazing.
And it wasn't so when Hoodlum hit that button, the way they did it, I know this seems like a weird discrepancy, but one thing I'm not a huge fan of, and I was scared they were gonna do it, was the whole like top of the head slam into it, goofy kind of hitting it thing. But no, it's just this more clumsy side of his face hits it as he falls. It just felt different. It was this different behind like trying to be super comedic and him being clumsy.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like,
don't know why. Just there's a different feeling. I liked how they did it.
Yeah, it was slapstick and it was comedic, but it wasn't like over exaggerated.
Yeah.
I agree. Like it wasn't like like it wasn't like super cartoony or super over exaggerated or animated. It just, but also like I don't see the show doing that. Everyone's shocked reaction, they do more to like show the muscles on the face changing than they would to kind of do like the over exaggerated anime like kind of like stuff. This show is not Moe.
There was the scene in episode 2 where the blimp was crashing in Hoodlum and Swindler's faces, but but that was done really well too.
Yeah.
This show just looks so fucking good. I don't care. I'm gonna give credit every time it's due. This show is fucking gorgeous. Everyone is drawn incredibly well. Apart from Jujutsu Kaisen, I think these are the best drawn characters and animated characters and people in every show. It's just a delight to see them. It's yeah.
The way they do, I think I've brought it up multiple times. Just the way they do eyes, they're like gems, and it's really nice.
Yeah. It gives me almost Persona vibes, but even more like stylized and detailed and like full of life and light.
Hmm. Are we ready to hold up cards, ladies and gentlemen?
Sure.
All right.
So yeah.
I'm gonna give the show a fuck. I'm not going to fuck Doctor. I'm not going to fuck the old lady. As far as I know, the police have not come knocking on my door yet, so I'm going to keep up my not affair, but my tomfoolery with Pupil. Hopefully, her dad, master person won't find out. But yeah, secret love with an Akudama.
I'm definitely gonna fuck this show. I'm still having a lot of fun with it, and it's still nice. And again, it every reservation I had was all in episode 1, and episode 2 they got rid of it, and they've just continued along a really nice path. And honestly, this group is becoming more of a group. They're very, well, they're all kind of insane, but at the same time, they're very human, and it's nice. They have very human conversations and reactions.
Yeah. Does this? Oh, sorry, you continue.
Oh, say what you're gonna say.
I was just gonna say, does this mean whenever we fuck the show, we stick our dick in crazy?
I mean,
Well, yes, every single time.
Well, I guess I'm fucking crazy.
There's no avoiding that. Especially if you ever even consider putting your dick in Doctor, because she might remove it and then reattach it.
Yeah, that's that. I don't want the double penis operation. That's why I'm sticking with Pupil.
no. It'll be put on your elbow for like wider range of motion.
What she's gonna do is she's gonna test out what happens when you swap one testicle to the other side.
I don't want to think about that either.
Make your left your right, your right your left. See if it changes anything. But no, this show's fun. It's nice, and I'm very excited to see what's gonna happen next. With the train and the heist. They're pulling a heist that honestly got me into it a lot. It's like, yeah, heists. Who doesn't love some heists?
Doctor is gonna see if your nuts can be cubes.
You guys interested in some heists?
Damn it, Gilly, you took my line.
Hello, Dalaran. Do you like heists?
God, fuck both of y'all. I was gonna wait for me to be like, Dalaran, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, gentlemen, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about heists?
All
yeah,
right.
This is great. I'm really enjoying Akudama Drive. While not as action packed, it's not as action packed or like overall concise as the previous 2 episodes. Episode 2 is still remarkable for its like storytelling and storyboarding. Everything. It's just it does so much with the 22 minutes it has. Like it's episode 2 is hard to beat with its action, choreography, it's just everything. This episode delivered a lot more exposition, but it still had it looked gorgeous. It had brilliant visuals. The barriers were beautiful. Everyone's character animations and expressions were fantastic. There was funny dialogue between characters and character exchanges, which kind of built a better understanding of the characters organically as time went on. They still have the collars on. I guess it's to ensure that they don't turn on each other. But regardless, heists, man. Like, I am engaged. I am thoroughly engaged. I'm very excited to see next week's episode. Someone told me that, like, the previews are chaotic and don't actually show you what happens. I must disagree. It shows you clips where you can easily put 2 and 2 together and figure out what's about to go down next episode. So I'm going to skip those from now on. But that being said, I am excited for next week. Action. I need more action from this show because it is breathtaking. And honestly, it's just a good time, man. This is one crazy fucking ride, and I am here. Take me on this Akudama Drive.
Yeah, I still like watching the previews because it gets me hyped for the next week. Like, I'm someone that will always watch previews no matter what, not just to see like, oh, is there an after credits, but yeah, no, this show is really good. When it comes to the bomb callers, I honestly at this point I think it's just to keep Swindler in. I know all of them have them, but at this point with the money, the only person I see running is Swindler. Like, she even makes a comment like, if only I could take off this collar.
Yeah. That's another thing that's I feel like we brushed over because it's kind of implied. Swindler is struggling a lot this episode with like her place in this Akudama heist. And you see her purview change throughout the episode and furthermore so as time goes on.
Yeah, like, she hasn't gone full criminal, but she doesn't want Courier to get vaporized, so she takes the risk to go and shut off the plasma field.
Yeah. Meep, you've said this before. Well, she also knows that if she gets caught, she's fucked. So she has no choice. Less so now about the bomb collar, but more so about like not getting caught and getting 5 million years, a life sentence. Also, Meep, but you said this before, but you made Rock, Black Lagoon, early Rock comparisons, and yeah, totally.
Yeah.
She just doesn't have the existential dread of a Japanese salaryman. Salary salesman. Also, Meep, sorry, you were holding up your card. There were just 2 more points I wanted to make about the show, but please finish your thoughts.
Oh no, I was just saying, I'm definitely fucking the show. It's amazing. It's one of my favorites, though. There are a bunch of good shows this season, though.
It's a really good roster.
Yeah. Even though I haven't thrown out a lot of knives, as evident by the way I've been talking, might be changing soon for some shows, because I'm getting worn a little thin on some of them.
Hey,
not this one. This one's amazing.
Something's gotta give, something's gotta give. I should not try to sing when my voice is dying.
Yep, there's a point where you gotta realize show has lived past its prime. I'm gonna give it 1 hour episode. And there are just some shows that make you feel nothing on the inside, like King's Raid.
That's no Shimamura.
Speaking of shows that make me feel nothing on the inside.
2 points.
I'm joking. You have 2 more points.
Yeah, thank you. So, 1, as many of you have probably noticed by now, I really enjoy looking at a show, both of how it works with its characters, but also how it works with its visuals. And while we talk about openings and ending songs, we don't, we rarely touch upon sound design, or in this case, voice acting. The voice actors feel like they're having a lot of fun in this show, especially characters like Brawler, Hoodlum, and Swindler. Especially in this episode, they do that anime thing where they have over-the-top reactions, but they do it in a way that still feels accurate to characters. Brawler's just always screaming and is just a fucking 120% character in general. Hoodlum is constantly bullshitting and just like, yeah! Like I love it. And Swindler is just constantly having shocked reactions, and either shocked as in like, what the fuck? Or like her really flat deliveries are just as funny to her over the top, high up there deliveries. And I love how much fun the voice actors sound like they're having, but also how much character and emotion they are expressing. It's just this is a really good production, and I'm really excited for it. And unless you guys have something to comment on, like a favorite voice quip or voice line,
How long is 20 minutes?
My last point, I swear, I promise, guys, everyone, viewers, voyeurs, friends. My last point. So Swindler's power is luck, right? Like I said this in the first episode, but like Swindler's power is luck, right? Because she is stupidly lucky. I get plot armor, but like coincidence, not luck. Coincidence seems to be her thing.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I haven't really been reading into her much with the whole quote-unquote power thing, because they're not really powers, they're just things that they're really good at. Brawler is good at the punchies. Doctor is good at the healing. She is the death cleric.
She really is a death cleric.
Hacker is good at the hacking stuffs. Hoodlum is comedic relief.
Hoodlum is good at being comedic relief.
Listen, if you put
He's good at hyping. He's a hype man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's true. He is also the hype man. Aw, why don't I get to be sensei? Because you're comic relief.
All I'm saying is that if Hoodlum gets an English voice actor, Takahata 101.
I don't know what it is. My whole thing with Hoodlum, and I love the thing is, like, he is comedic relief, but at this point, his connection with Brawler is more important than his comedic relief because he can get Brawler to actually do things more consistently than anyone else now.
It's true. Can't wait for that facade to break and Hoodlum to get the shit beat out of him by Brawler.
Well, do you think
I don't know if it ever will.
Well, here's the thing. Do you think Hoodlum will get the shit beat out of him, or do you think Brawler would just get really sad that his bro has been lying to him?
Oh, no, sad Brawler.
Being broken and depressed Brawler would be great.
Honestly, I'm almost waiting for Brawler to have known the entire time, but he liked having the hype man.
Oh my god, all three are...
I knew the entire time. This is why you're gonna get some gains. Punches him through the floor.
But I love their back and forth, and I love the fact that Hoodlum has technically become, in a way, almost Brawler's handler.
Yeah.
My god, they just do like Resurrection F Frieza training. Now, if you just don't die, you'll get stronger.
You can't see me, but I'm nodding. The bromance is real with those two.
Just wait until we get...
It's one of my favorite things.
Just wait until we get Asta levels of gains from Hoodlum.
Oh no, please no.
God, jacked Asta looks horrible. Like, I actively...
Shut up, shut up, don't talk down about my show.
Listen, I'm not talking down about the show, I'm talking down about the design in the manga. I haven't seen the show design.
Look, I already know, okay. I know that I sent that image to you. Yes, he's too muscly for being someone that's like 16 at most.
We're talking about Jotaro?
Third. No, we're talking about Black Clover Asta.
Thought we were talking about Jotaro.
JoJo's you expect it.
Yes.
JoJo is that's their thing.
I guess you could say that shonen protagonists get swole like a bear. And...
Well, most shonen protagonists don't have TN level shoulders and also don't look like cubes.
Brawler is as big as a bear and has swollen shoulders.
Yeah,
Dalaran really trying to drag it into the next one here.
Alright. And
wait, hold on, I need to say bear 2 more times.
I don't think me and Dalaran do we actually give our votes here?
Oh, I think
I thought
Akudama
he
got a
did.
triple fuck, didn't it?
Yeah, you got triple. Gilly, did you hold up your card?
I don't remember me or Dalaran technically holding up a card.
I hold up a throbbing Technicolor neon. Sorry, not Technicolor. Neon colored eggplant. Neon. So that when I drag it, it leaves a long purple streak. I'm fucking the show. I love Akudama Drive. I'm excited for every episode. I really want to see the next episode because I think I am in for another treat.
Yes.
I'm gonna fuck this show kind of like Cutthroat wants to fuck Swindler.
Do you think Cutthroat would let Swindler ride him? Just
Cutthroat.
because
The real question
to be,
is,
like, submissive to her.
the real question is, would Cutthroat let Swindler do knife play on him?
Yes.
Because I want to see what happens when Cutthroat bleeds.
Look, now this is a point to move on.
What do you have there, Cutthroat? A knife.
No.
Speaking of things that make me want to cut my throat.
Jesus fuck. And he died.
What?
Okay, you're back.
Oh. Okay. I said, speaking of things that make me want to cut my throat.
God damn it.
Kuma Bear, episode 3. Uh-oh. Hello?
Yeah. Kuma Bear, episode 3.
Yes, okay. Sorry. One more time now.
No, we heard you. Kuma Bear,
Okay.
episode 3.
Okay, the synopsis. Yuna is chastised and given the nickname Bloody Bear because she hunted the forest nearly to extinction. Partners of the man Yuna beat up need her help with a quest because she traumatized the man. She helps them defeat goblins as well as a goblin king. She then buys land and makes a house for herself and Finna. I can say I got more out of this episode than the other two.
Okay, it's a good start.
I'll leave that for later. I liked the joke that she hunted the forest to extinction. That was clever.
Bloody
Hunting, yeah.
Bloody bear.
I have mixed feelings on the fact that first of all, I love that her bear suit is reversible. That she wears like the white for pajamas and it turns inside out for black for getting around normally. I have mixed feelings on the fact that part of her equipment is her underwear.
Yeah.
That's a little weird. Not sure what that's about, but okay.
I mean, I guess clothing, especially underwear with prestidigitation enchanted on them so that they auto clean themselves every 10 minutes, every few seconds is good.
Yeah, it's a little mixed on that. That was kind of odd.
We got a little bit of unit fan service, but they quickly they let that they opened that faucet, they let it pour out for a bit, and then they quickly tightened back up. So
I saw a comment before I watched the episode. It put a timestamp and said, "Man, I wish I could sniff that."
And this
There's
is why we don't
like that.
And I hate the fact that I read comments. I don't want
Maybe
to.
don't do that.
I didn't want to, but
Although usually the comments I see on Jujutsu Kaisen are really fun to read, but that's beside the point.
There's a rule to reading comments online on YouTube. We like to use a handy acronym, as in DONT. The D stands for Don't Read the Comments.
but we can't put this on YouTube. It's too obscure.
I like with the previous ones. I did like this episode, and I do like that we're seeing a bit more of how Yuna is as a person. The amount of the amount of interesting shots of her being a little evil and uncomfortable. Yeah, that's
kind of shitty.
those were actually yes, but I still found them kind of fun.
They're fun and they're cute still because Yuna is fun and cute and her flat delivery is funny. But she's not like, she's not like, let me help everyone. She's like, what do you want? Leave me alone. Fuck.
That's just that's reminding me like super late into the episode, but she's cleared out the goblins. There's 100 goblins and everything, and she's like, you think you can help me? I'm not gonna do it. Me, no. She just kept telling her, I'm not going to help.
Yeah,
You have to harvest all these goblins.
Yeah, Meep, we
All
don't know
100.
if you did this knowingly or subconsciously, but you referenced that scene earlier in this episode.
Did I confuse a scene in Tabitabi with this?
Oh, the
Maybe.
mole.
But no, Katrina has a scene where she keeps saying that she's not going to help the witch, right?
Oh, wait.
Tabitabi, she only says she gets asked and she's like, I don't want to get involved.
She gets asked multiple times and she says no multiple times. In Kuma Bear, there's this. It's really funny. I have a screen cap just so when someone asks me multiple times for a favor that I'm not comfortable doing, so I can send them I won't. Because Yuna doesn't know how to harvest. She doesn't know how to carve, so she needs other people to do it for her. So she wiped out all the goblins, and then her little fucking cleric or mage partner in this episode is like, can you help maybe with a few of these goblins? And she's like, I won't. But you can help me do the goblins. I won't. But if you carve them, we'll be faster. I won't. Help me carve the I definitely won't. I hunt. You harvest.
Maybe my brain just thought that joke would have been funny in Tabitabi as well. I don't know.
I think that joke would be funny in many places. It was cute.
It was really funny, and I think it just really topped it off when she comes out exhausted, and Yuna's made a house to sleep in.
And she's sleeping, and she fucking knocks on her fucking window like, hey, wake up! And she wakes up, and she's like, oh, wow, she actually woke up, and goes back to sleep after seeing it's her. Like, fucking bitch! Yuna is such a sarcastic asshole, and I'm not mad about it.
I see how it is. Yuna can be full of herself, and it's fine. But, Elena gets to be full of herself, and it's okay.
Because Yuna isn't constantly fucking talking about how amazing she is. And she actually helps people. And she helps people not because they think she is a god, but because she just doesn't want to see people die.
I mean, she was pretty reluctant.
Ooh, you roboted out hard. What's up?
I said she was kind of reluctant to help in this one.
She just didn't feel like someone who's calling themselves an adventurer needed her to babysit every single moment. She still got in front of the girl, whose name escapes me, got in front of the magic girl, who was cute. She was a fun addition. She wasn't anything super dynamic. We can talk about her, but yeah, the moment Goblin King comes out, she jumps immediately in front of her to take any hit that might... She protects her. She just doesn't do any of her own harvesting.
Fair.
Which is great, because if you killed every enemy in a fight, and then you were also expected, to do everything else, no, Yuna stood her ground. She's like, I hunt, you harvest. And the girl is like, I can't argue with you because you just eradicated a Goblin King, but she walked away crying. She's like, I'm a magic caster. God fucking damn it, why am I doing all this?
It was great, though. I loved it.
It's like, imagine going to, college and university to, go do all that shit work. Which, I mean, in an RPG setting, imagine, being a wizard, studying lore and magic for years, only to then just go pick up everything off the battlefield because some OP character just wiped everything.
Though, why did the other two not go? That's where I'm confused.
I really don't know. I was really confused and surprised about that, too. It made no sense.
So, I kind of got I think it kind of got lost a little bit, but the conversation between Yuna and the magic girl actually did explain that as they were walking. Yuna was actually trying to do it on her own. She was she was trying to do it by herself without having any of them come along. The only reason the magic girl even did is because she didn't think it was fair for Yuna to shoulder the entire job. It got kind of lost because it was a mess when they were going through that part, but that was the deal. That Yuna was trying to do it by herself.
Also,
she didn't want them coming.
And also, Yuna didn't really want them because one dude just introduced himself by screaming in her face that she's a bitch, and she's like, "Come at me, bro. Try me. Fuck around and find out."
She kept referring to goblins by the guy who she knocked out.
And she made the magic girl. She tricked the magic girl into doing the same thing. They did the joke twice. I thought it was really cute and funny the first time. If they did it a third time, it would have been overly done. But 2 times is fine. You pass, Kuma Bear. I'm watching you carefully.
The joke got a bit old for me.
Also, second time was like, okay, we get it. It wasn't bad, but if they did it a third time, it would have been bad. Also, they solidified the relationship between Yuna and Fina as strictly being sisterly, because I also read comments.
Nisa.
Bad.
Please no.
Also, since we're talking about Yuna not being this like happy-go-lucky hero type, can we talk about how fucking brutal she is? Like, she eradicates the goblins outside of the cave without a second thought, and then she fucking pours fire into the cave, and then seals them inside to burn and suffocate in basically an oven, a fire cave oven. That's really fucking brutal and dark.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why I love that great meme with Goblin Slayer that comes out from that. But that's...
Is that what happened?
There's a Goblin Slayer meme for that. With that. And it makes me happy.
Wait, in the show, or has the community already come out with it?
The community.
I think what Kuma Bear was doing was a reference to Goblin Slayer. Because doesn't the magic girl make a joke saying, "Man, that sounds horrible," and then Yuna goes, "Yeah, we won't be doing that."
I've never watched Goblin Slayer, so I can't comment, I guess. But I was just too busy thinking about this cutesy moe show burning out the oxygen and the goblins in the cave, and I'm like, Jesus, fuck.
Yeah. But now, then we have post Goblin King with Kumayuru and Kumakyu, the bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Should we mention the first time joke before then?
The joke that had very kind of uncomfortable and creepy insinuations under it.
Yeah, the fact kind of came out of nowhere.
For the viewers at home who haven't seen this episode yet, follow along and also subject yourself to 10 episodes of anime every week. But anyway, Magic Girl is slow because she's regular Yumi, and Yuna is fast because she is the Kuma, and she makes the joke that she's advancing on her, but in reality she just princess carries Magic Girl, and she's bashful and embarrassed, and because she runs really fast she has literal whiplash and is exhausted, and they make the joke that it's her first time.
She yells no stop as they're running. She sets her down. The next line that pops up is, "I told you to stop," and then that was my first time, which was a lot of very weird, kind of uncomfortable insinuations. I don't think that joke might have been the best idea. Don't think that joke might have been the best idea.
Yep. The joke is bad.
And
It doesn't land. The insinuations are obvious. Rape is not funny, but it's anime, and I don't think it's good. I think they could have done without it. I blinked and moved on. If they didn't say I told you to stop, but you didn't, and this was my first time. If they didn't do the first part, maybe it might have been funnier, because then it just would have been pervy. But everyone makes mistakes? Question mark.
fantasy nerd thing here. Why in every isekai show are the quote unquote goblin kings always like giant? Shouldn't goblins be small little creatures? Like a goblin king should just be a goblin wearing a crown of human bones that knows magic. They shouldn't be large brutes. I hate how anime does this. Anime should stop doing this, or I will go personally and I will take a penguin.
Don't take a
Because I
penguin.
know how much Japan loves penguins.
Don't take penguins. They need their lives are hard as it is.
Too late.
It's funny.
They are going to live in the bathtub.
It's funny you say that, because I was actually expecting the joke that they're talking about the Goblin King, and they show this like terrifying giant silhouette in their heads, and comes out this tiny little fucking goblin that's like hella fucking strong. I expected the show to do that, but they gave us a big enemy because it's been a while since we had a big enemy, and this show is enjoying displaying
In one episode.
big beasties.
It would have been funnier if it was a small goblin. It would have been funny.
It would have been funny. I agree. I would have laughed out loud. I was ready. Despite being ready for it, I wanted to see a shitty fucking little Goblin King who was too full of himself. But we can't judge the show for what it didn't do.
Yeah, and the way you guys seem to feel about how the first half of the episode was kind of rushed, or at least that one segment where they're talking about moving along, as well as the whole first time joke, that's how I've been feeling for this entire show. So it's nothing new for me how I've been feeling. That's why that the couple of little things this episode did give me, I like it the most out of the three, but
This was a good episode.
it's not doing it for me.
Sorry, we keep saying it at the same time. Go ahead, Meep.
I never finished what I was saying. That's why I keep trying to say it. I said this show is just not doing it for me. I don't know.
I want you to know, Meep, my superpower is interrupting you.
I think your superpower is just interrupting people.
I did it to myself.
Also,
I want to talk about the bear swords.
Yeah, let's talk about bears. I was wondering why they didn't ride the bears there. Why did they do the princess carry joke if they have the Kumas? But they didn't have the Kumas. After defeating Goblin King, Yuna levels up and unlocks the Kuma and the Kuma.
Yes.
Gilly, do you want to do the honors?
Kumayuru and Kumakyu. It was... I loved them. They were great. She brings out the black one at first. It's all sweet. She rides it. Interestingly enough, because it's a special mount, she can't fall off of it. She keeps trying. Can't. You just see it deck a wolf into like space.
One punch bear.
And it's fantastic. And when she brings it back, she's like, "Oh, there's another one." They're all depressed because she didn't summon it out too.
Not just
Just
depressed,
didn't realize.
sulking and pouty and being a fucking brat about it.
that
Slowly shuffles in the opposite direction of where she is.
that would have been funnier to me if I didn't expect it, because we got something not exactly the same, but similar in the first episode where we saw was obviously upset that the boy was riding with it instead of her. If they maybe
Look,
made
they're like having two. It's like having two pets, and they both want your constant attention, but you can only really give attention to one at a time. It's adorable.
Yeah,
What do
the
you
bears
mean?
are
I can
super
pet
fucking
both
cute.
of them.
And all the panning shot. I took a screenshot of one, but just the panning shots of you. You have Yuna, you have Yuna and Fina, like just sort of doing their thing, and then you have the two bears fighting everything for them. And I took a screenshot of my favorite one because it's just Fina putting a flower crown on Yuna's head while the two bears are just wrestling a giant snake to the ground.
Did they just sort of disregard they aren't supposed to hunt in that forest because it's for quote unquote newbies?
They're not hunting. They're being attacked and they're defending themselves.
I don't know if that's how it works, Dalaran.
Pretty sure it's how it works.
I did actually have that same thought. It's like, so she just sort of ignored what was told to her, and she's gonna deal with it by, not harvesting at their facility anymore. All she got out of that was like, the facility doesn't have enough room. I'll do it somewhere else.
Oh,
Also,
is
you're
that-
hunting everything extinction. I'll do it somewhere else. Just this disregard for what was the for half of what was said, which kind of fits into how she is, so I can't even be upset about it.
That's
I mean,
the
I can be
thing.
upset that she's hunting things to extinction.
Yeah, I mean, I could get hung up by that detail, but the show isn't for that. Like, to me, like, I'm gonna assume that she doesn't hunt the forest to extinction. And if she does hunt the forest to extinction, she's gonna get yelled at, and then she's gonna find a way to resurrect the animals. I don't fucking know. But like, yeah, the show is just goofy fun times. It's one of those shows where like I don't have to think and I can just relax and just enjoy the show as it comes. The difference between here and Ochikobore Fruit Tart is that Fruit Tart was obnoxious with its episodes to fan service, which forced me to think because that's what I was viewing. Here, we got one or two moments, but otherwise, just a good time and fun, bubbly, cutesy Kuma good time. And the Kumas are super fucking cute, and I love them, and they're adorable, and we're not used to big things being cute, but these big things are so cute.
What do you mean? I've always thought tigers, lions, and bears were adorable.
They're so cute, they're so adorable, and I love their bows.
Yeah.
Those
The
two bears are the
bows are
best part of
sweet.
the show.
And those two bears have two different voice actresses for them, and you know what? Power to them. Speaking of VAs, I'm pretty sure they just picked Yuna's voice actors. Pretty sure they chose the VA for her simply by, like, based on her ability to say Kuma attacks, Kuma X, Kuma fire, Kuma punch, Kuma kick, in a flat yet still adorable tone.
So, so I actually had one last thing to pose for me. Did anyone find the interaction between Yuna and the merchant representative a bit off?
Ah, yes. The episode ends with Merchant being acquired. Slowly, the RPG all comes together. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's the way she said, "Oh, I'm excited to form our relationship too." It's just the wording that sort of made me go, "Hmm."
Yeah.
Obviously that would be reading into it too far, but it's like could have chose some better wording there.
No, I get you. For me personally, it was, I read that line. I had the same reaction as you did. And then I looked to Yuna to see her reaction. Well, someone died.
Well, then.
Enjoy that, headphone users.
I'm sorry. I moved my leg to rest it against the wall and I fucking kicked my mic off my stand.
How the fuck? How in the fuck did you manage to do that?
I'm special.
Fucking reprobate.
My uncle and I liked each other a bit too much.
Anyway, speaking of off-color jokes, yeah, I agree with your read on that situation. I also cocked an eyebrow because in the very beginning I said I hope this show doesn't lewd the girls, and in the second episode I'm like, Yuna's 15, please don't lewd the Kuma, and we got a little bit of that this episode, and when she said that, it sounded flirty, if not pervy, and my head literally turned to Yuna to see her reaction, and hers wasn't that creeped out. She's just like, looking forward to being in your care. Like, what I'm expecting the merchant to be is like flirty, but like in the like, oh, aren't you adorable kind of way. Also a bit of a fangirl, but also like a cutthroat merchant. Like, I think Yuna knows that she's dealing with a sharp individual. At least that's what I hope or predict it to be. We'll see. But we got land, y'all. We got a house. We got land. We got a merchant, and we got a producer, a harvester.
I love the house.
It's all coming together. My voice is fucked.
Her just sitting there about to create a house, like, oh, I need to get a good bear image in my head. She looks at Fina right before, just creates this giant bear house, and the room off the side is a harvest room, which was really sweet, and I liked that.
Am I the only one who thought the harvest room was like severely underfurnished? Like there was nothing in there. It's just a room with no windows.
I thought it would have a table, at least. It
or
didn't.
A window, so it doesn't look like Yuna's in a fucking sweatshop. Not Yuna.
Fina works in the harvest sweatshop for Yuna's pleasure. Oh.
How do we get here, guys? What's happening?
But no, it is very underfurnished. I expected like a table or like a carpet or something to actually not be sitting on the hard ground. I get that she was making it from stone, so she can't literally create everything. That's my sort of assumption, is it's gonna need to be furnished.
She made a bed.
She did, but she said it was very uncomfortable. Because it was obviously made of just rock. Where she got the blanket from, I guess she had that stored on her somewhere.
She does have a bag of clothing.
Yeah, basically.
So, any other closing thoughts, guys? Because I think we've pretty much covered the episode.
And Meep is dead.
Meep is dead. To be fair, this show is dead to him.
I have a comment about what you said about the blankets. Well, you see here, there was a couple of sheep on the property. The other parts of them is what's in the pantry.
Yeah.
She can't harvest, though.
Don't drink the milk.
So, yeah, boys.
No, I don't have any closing thoughts. I've said everything I just say. I enjoyed everything I saw here. I continue to enjoy Kuma Bear.
Don't you two fucking ignore what I say.
So I'm gonna fuck this show.
Me too.
You two are chugging the milk. I'm going to knife this show. Finna, I'm gonna send Finna home. She's, she doesn't need to see what happens there. I take Yuna into the room so she can show me some cool bear tricks. I wait until she takes the suit off so I can try it on. Then I just pull a knife out of the dimension. I proceed to dismantle her, painting her house with her insides. It's wearing her skin as I go back to the guild.
Joke's on you, Meep. She never takes off her bear costume unless to change to go to sleep, in which case you're in a room with a naked 15-year-old girl.
That's
a whole different issue.
Joke's on her. I have max charisma in this world.
That's a bad joke.
I'm saying that about
Land me.
I'm not saying that about that, you piece of shit. I'm saying that about convincing her to give me the suit.
Okay.
But she doesn't have anything under the suit but underwear, so that's still a problem.
Well, when I dismantle her, it won't be.
Either way, Meep's threats are vapid and hollow because the Kuma has already started overtaking him, as we saw earlier this episode.
No, that was just me wanting more from Tabitabi.
Damn it! That was Meep. I was setting you up for a great joke. I'm like, the Kuma's overtaking you. No, it's not. The Kuma's overtaking you. No, it's not.
Kuma Q and Kuma Yuku are going to bring you around. Pet bears are adorable.
Listen, if they come to my house, maybe it'll. If they come to my house, they can't get flat tires, right? I just have to muzzle them, put a saddle on them. Starve them so they become dependent.
Meep, you're not a good person right now. Also, Gilly, are you saying that they're unbearably cute?
I hate you.
I take back
and
what
that
I said.
Meep is being a very bad person.
Dalaran, I take back what I said. You make me a bad person.
But no, Kuma Bear just keeps making me happy.
It's a good show.
It makes me happy. It's cute and it's nice, and obviously there was one really bad joke that they could have done without, but otherwise I was very happy.
Listen, one of us has to be the Ben of this group making all the fucked up jokes.
God damn it. Listen, well, okay, fuck, I can't say listen because you said listen. Anyway,
you listen here.
I said it's a good show. I don't mean it's a good show like Akudama Drive or Moriarty. It's a fun show. It's a feel-good show. It's popcorn. I sit down and I enjoy my box of popcorn. That joke was a bad kernel, a hard kernel that I hurt my teeth, but I forgave it, and as long as it doesn't do it again, I have no reason not to continue eating this brand of popcorn, which I hope it, doesn't go for the cheap jokes.
Guys, do you know what we just did?
Yeah, I already know.
Is Kingsray dead?
Gilly, you're the one that sealed the deal. I'm going to Matt Mercer this. How do you want to do this?
Look, just let me go to my gravesite and mourn Kingsraid while I continue to watch it deteriorate over time.
So, for what happens to Kingsraid, we flash back to Gilly shanking it and putting it into the ditch.
Don't you mean flash forward? Because...
Can I say something about Kingsraid real quick? Viewers, please feel free to skip past this. Gilly, do you care about spoilers for the mobile game?
I think that's more of like an after episode thing, because we might have viewers who will get spoiled.
I am also planning to keep watching this show.
From what I can tell, the anime doesn't plan to go this far, because this is something from an alternate story in the mobile game.
It's got 26 episodes.
I know, but what I mean is it's a alternate story, as in alternate ending.
I would err on the side of caution.
All right, I will message you, Dalaran, then.
Okay. But that's it. King's Raid is dead.
Yes.
Holy fuck! Finally.
I'm going to cover the corpse in lie, and I'm going to watch it slowly disintegrate, and I will sit there and watch it as it does until there is nothing left.
Hooray! The
stay
king
by
is
its
dead.
side till the last minute.
Oh god.
You saw the sin I sent you?
No, I'll check in a sec. But before then, I am happy. I am relieved. One less show and one less disappointment. Hooray! The king is dead. The king is dead. No more King's Raid.
Get this garbage off my watch list, please. I don't want to watch it anymore.
I will never forgive King's Raid for what it did to Necha.
You should have been
I
dead
don't know.
last King's Raid.
I don't know. I still have to watch Majo no Tabitabi and Adachi to Shimamura, so.
Adachi no Shimamura is a very good show. I understand that it's not yours, but come on. Don't put it in the same realm as King's Raid.
I will.
It's just not a...
King's Raid doesn't make me sick.
Well, you know what? You're putting me through Fruit Tart. Fruit Tart makes me sick. I actually felt ill watching that episode, sir.
I don't feel ill, I just feel uncomfortable by Maho no Tabitabi's insistence on being dark and edgy.
I just don't think you like dark things, Dalro.
I very much enjoy dark things when they're, when that's the idea of it being dark. Not when it keeps changing its tone. Which is why when Kuma Bear did it, it was like, what the Jesus fucking Christ.
We got Yuukoku No Moriarty and Jujutsu Kaisen on here.
Word.
Yeah, but those are like dark light. Well, not Moriarty, but... wait.
You don't really have a...
Straight up murdered their family and burnt the house down with them inside of it.
You don't really have a... Yeah, exactly, Meep. You don't have a position to stand on. I was the one asking for more blood in Moriarty. Twice.
I'm the one asking for more blood in a bunch of these shows.
That's something between you and whoever you seek mental help from.
Therapist.
One day,
I
Meep.
see blood and Fruit Tart, Meep.
One day, Meep, you will tell us what idol hurt you. Whether it be in this season...
The wheel hurt me.
The wheel hurt you?
It was Misa Amane from Death Note.
She is an idol, isn't she?
Yes.
I forgot about that. I forgot Misa was a character.
I didn't.
Hey, honestly, after season 1, she's kind of not as big anymore. She's there, but not as much.
I've seen plenty of unhealthy people say, like, gosh, I wish I had a girlfriend like Misa who treated me like the way she treats Light, and I'm like, that's a god complex, and you should work on that.
And she's hot. I didn't like her personality, but she is hot.
She is hot.
I just want someone who likes me and thinks I'm worth it.
That is very different from someone who wants you to be all of their world.
Yeah, I don't want that, but...
You need to be your own world and share your world with other people.
Anyway.
I just want somebody that would tell me that I did a good job and they care about me.
Alright, chat. Good job, Gillies, out in chat, please.
Well,
nobody could tell me good job. I made sure King's Raid stayed on here for as long as it did.
Gilly, you have done a good job by voting with your heart. And no one can tell you otherwise.
I'm curious to see if chat has now stopped writing good job, Gilly, after you've reminded us of your sins.
Anyway,
keep watching it. I don't care.
I want to thank everyone for coming out and watching tonight. I want to thank my co-host and the beauty, Gilly and Dalaran. Thank you for being here with me and talking about the anime.
Wait, hold on. What happened there?
What?
I don't know. It just sounded like you were gonna call someone a beauty, and not like I thought you were gonna talk about me, Baka.
I said I was joined by my co-host and the beauty, like I introduced us at the start.
It cut out, so it sounded like you just stopped talking after you said beauty and changed your mind.
No, but I'm saying that thanking everyone for coming out, and we will be recording a little bit later next week as I do work, so it'll be a little bit of a late recording session, but we'll get through it and we will have less things to talk about because King's Raid, let me grab the full name here. King's Raid,
King's Raid.
Ishi wo Tsugumono-tachi is finally dead.
It's dead.
The beast can finally be put down.
I'll make sure to talk about episode 5 next week.
Is this?
We can talk about episode 5 next week, though. Gilly, to my understanding, you've been watching something else on the side as well. If you want some spotlight to talk about that.
Hold on, before we mention that, is this what they mean by sweet release of death?
I'm pretty sure that's usually referring to your death, not the death of someone else. Pretty sure that's called being a psychopath.
Oh.
Yeah.
I feel a weight has lifted off of my shoulders, and my chest, and my mind.
I feel like I can, stop eating this garbage.
I've been a little too distracted to get on the next episode of I Stand in 1,000 Lives. I will actually try to, but it's just hard to keep up.
That is fair.
I need to watch it because I actually liked the first episode, even if it was kind of questionable.
Go on.
I mean,
Last week.
Tell me
Same
why.
episode again.
Yeah.
Not driving right now.
But tomorrow, I do believe Wahrheit, Zuerst, Ikebukuro, and Fruit Tart have their next episode, so that's what my day will be tomorrow.
For those at home,
I can't wait till Zuerst dies.
For those at home, by the way,
possible.
While we pre-record these for the streams and we don't live stream our conversations as we're still figuring out this program that we're trying to bring you all, we record on Mondays and stream also on Mondays, though last 2 times has been on Tuesdays, as 10 shows is a lot to cover.
Yeah.
Alright, boys, should we sign off?
Yes, I am Meek, also known as Soul King 777. I want to give a big thanks to Team 4-Star, and I also want to, once again, pimp out our Discord. Please, if you enjoy watching, join our Discord. Once we have more members, we can actually have more active things, like for 2-knife tiebreakers, we can do fan polls. I want to wait until we have at least around 10 fans in there, just get some diversity. For,
I still say
if we have, 4 things dying.
Yeah, the more people we have involved, hopefully, we'll start off with 10, and then more, then the world. But the more people involved, the funner we can make things, and the more engaged we can be with you guys, which honestly just makes it funner for everyone involved. That being said, I still vote we call our viewers voyeurs.
I vote that Dalaran should not be able to make decisions.
Damn it! God damn it!
I remain impartial, so the vote doesn't go through on any end.
But yeah, no, we will be joining you next week for some episode 5s, some episode 4s, 2 episode 3s. But yes.
But no more King Raid episodes.
Yes. I was also joined by my co-hosts, Dalaran and Gilly. Would you like to sign yourselves off?
One day, Gilly, I hope you sign off as, "Hi, I'm Daisy," except, "Hi, I'm Gilly."
Well, I have been Gildo Swaggins, aka Gilly Waddler, formerly known as Gilly.
Bestly known as Dublu Peeps Honky Dragon.
We don't talk about that because now people can find me. God damn it, Meep.
What are you doing, Step Orc?
What?
That is a joke I 100% stole from literally a joke on a Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged thing, but it was made by Lanny Pator.
What, you think Lanny's gonna sue you for?
No, but it's things.
And I have been Dalaran. Thank you guys so much for watching. For those of you live with us on Twitch right now, it's great having all of you. Thank you for coming by. Meep already said it, so I won't repeat too much, but we appreciate you. Genuinely. This is a lot of fun, and it's fun to do with more and more people as well. For those of you watching the VOD or watching us over at YouTube or wherever else we make this available, you can catch our live streams at twitch.tv DalaronQuest. DALARON Quest. Whereas throughout the week I also play different RPGs, well, just variety streaming, mainly video games, mainly RPGs, mainly fantasy, but we also do some D&D and other fun stuff, so come on through, check us out. Otherwise, check out our Discord as well. We are looking to have fun with the community, not just during the live streams, but give people a place to discuss anime specific to the seasons and otherwise all the time.
Yeah.
And with that awkward silence, bye everybody.
Have a nice night.
Adios.
Hooray, the king is dead! The king is dead! King's raids no more!
Yay!